mission. My whole mindset different, okay? No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm reaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. My whole team on wildin'. No ring on silence. They so astonished. I'm day's finest. Tell them get behind us. No fake ones round us. How deep my mind gets. I got too many options. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay? No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm reaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. Standing on top of business, know they can't reach us. We out there way too high to not have seen us. The devil alive trying to make them non-believers. But we walk in with the most high and the snakes beneath us. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay? No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm reaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. My whole team on wildin'. No ring on silence. They so astonished. I'm day's finest. Tell them get behind us. No fake ones round us. How deep my mind gets. I got too many options. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay? No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm reaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. Standing on top of business, know they can't reach us. We out there way too high to not have seen us. The devil alive trying to make them non-believers. But we walk in with the most high and the snakes beneath us. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay? No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm reaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. on silence. They so astonished, stop things finest. Tell them get behind us. No fake ones round us. How deep my mind gets. I got too many options. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay. No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. Standing on top of business, know they can't reach us. We out there way too high to not have seen us. The devil a lie, tryna make them non-believers. But we walk in with the most high and the snakes beneath us. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay. No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. My whole team on wildin'. No ring on silence. They so astonished. Stop things finest. Tell them get behind us. No fake ones round us. How deep my mind gets. I got too many options. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay. No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. Standing on top of business, know they can't reach us. We out there way too high to not have seen us. The devil a lie, tryna make them non-believers. But we walk in with the most high and the snakes beneath us. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay. No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. My whole team on wildin'. No ring on silence. They so astonished. Stop things finest. Tell them get behind us. No fake ones round us. How deep my mind gets. I got too many options. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay. No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. Standing on top they can't reach us. We out there way too high to not have seen us. The devil a lie tryna make them non-believers. But we walk in with the most high and the snakes beneath us. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay. No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. My whole team on wildin'. No ring on silence. They so astonished. Stop things finest. Tell them get behind us. No fake ones round us. How deep my mind gets. I got too many options. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay. No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. Standing on top of business, no they can't reach us. We out there way too high to not have seen us. The devil a lie tryna make them non-believers. But we walk in with the most high and the snakes beneath us. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay. No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. My whole team on wildin'. No ring on silence. They so astonished. Stop things finest. Tell them get behind us. No fake ones round us. How deep my mind gets. I got too many options. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay. No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. Standing on top of business, no they can't reach us. We out there way too high to not have seen us. The devil a lie tryna make them non-believers. But we walk in with the most high and the snakes beneath us. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay. No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. My whole team on wildin'. No ring on silence. They so astonished. Stop dance finest. Tell them get behind us. No fake ones round us. How deep my mind gets. I got too many options. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay? No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm reaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. Top business, know they can't reach us. We out there way too high to not have seen us. The devil alive trying to make them non-believers. But we walk in with the most high and the snakes beneath us. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay? No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm reaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe.
Shelby as a lone companion. It would never betray, never turn back. It is unlike anything else in this world. Some people rely on their brothers, some rely on their luck, but relentless few only believe in the steel beast. Cannot erase.
season of PMCL, and I'm super excited to be here alongside Sir Cloud. Now, this is a new season, exciting new day. What are your thoughts about today, Sir Cloud?
Ooh, the stakes are going to be higher this season because it will be the ticket to Esports World Cup, the road to Esports World Cup. As compared to last season, it just ended there. Young Gals became the champion, but for this season, because the stakes are high, it's going to be dramatic.
It is gonna be dramatic. I completely agree with you. I think that because this is I think we have like so many long household names in here, it's really hard to really determine who's gonna come up on top, especially when you mentioned that stakes are high. Anyway, this tournament is brought to you by Techno. Our Common 40 Premier 5G One Tap a Perfect Snap phone is our sponsor for today. Super excited to see more of this today because it is our official phone.
Yes, thank you so much to Techno for being together with us this season, and hopefully for more seasons to come. So if you guys want to try out the best in gaming phones, do try out Techno for yourselves, ladies and gentlemen. And it's not only for gaming as well. Look at this. One tap perfect snap. That means it takes amazing pictures. Do try it out for yourself, and you want to know how it looks like, it's just right beside us. And today, what's going to happen? Of course, we're going to go through some of the daily formats for today, but we can expect to see a lot of good action and also your favorite teams. They'll be playing today, so stay tuned to give them your full support in the game. But speaking about in the game, this is the new collaboration between PUBG Mobile and Shelby American collab, and it will feature the Shelby GT500 and 427 Cobra that comes together with exclusive attachments, stunning colorways, and much more, available until 6th of July.
Correct. And on top of that, we also have a collaboration with Attack on Titan, which I'm very excited about. I love Attack on Titan. So dedicate your heart to Victory Sasageo if you want to say that. But anyways, stay tuned for more collaboration content coming very soon as well. Check out the link, http pubgmobile.live/Attack on Titan 2025. So if you guys are getting this collab, you guys are posting on social media, don't forget to hashtag PUBG Mobile, PUBGM, X Attack on Titan, as well as hashtag AOT as well. Now, let's talk about today. Today is day number 1, and we are looking at teams A, B, C, D, and E as well. So, thoughts, Sir Cloud? I think you and I both have made predictions as well over here, but why did you choose YG?
Well, I mean, they were the champions of last season, so to me, it was a pretty straightforward pick, right? To pick Young Galacticos. And within that lineup, they also feature amazing players as well, former Genesis Esports, multiple PMCL champions. So this is a stacked lineup for me. How about you? What's your thought around Austria?
I mean, I'm just a Austria fangirl. What can I say? I mean, you've had this team for a long time. They were dominating. They are a team that is, I would say, when they hit hard, they hit hard. When they miss, they completely miss. And I really hope that the consistency issue that they had from several seasons ago have already been overcome. Because again, these are, I would say, really, really renowned teams from many, many seasons. These are orgs that have, very, very renowned names. But speaking of renowned, we're going to pause there because we're going to be looking at the schedule for now from May until June. Right now, you're on the June season, where we're going to be looking at group stages for week 1. And then finally, next week for June 6th, we're going to be looking at week 2 before finally grand finals the following week after that. So with that format, I would say it's a little bit more, I wouldn't say it's as long, but it's a lot less days than usual. What's your thoughts, Sir Cloud?
Well, I would say that to summarize whatever that you mentioned, well, basically we will go through the group stage, and each group will be divided into 4 teams, and 4 teams will be playing 16 matches and so on and so forth. Of course, we will then filter down to the best 16 teams to be in the grand finals. And what will they be eyeing for? They'll be eyeing for a prize pool distribution of $40,000 US, and it's divided between the league stage and the finals. Every team will surely take home something.
Yeah, and I think this is what it's really making it tick, right? Not only is it the prize pool that's up here for grabs, but also that road to EWC, because we all know that when you head over to EWC, it's one of the biggest tournaments of the year. You want to be able to hit that, play a little bit more of the global championships, put your name out there, and see how you fare against the best in the world. We have looked at the groups already, and you already know which groups that we're playing today. And as usual, the map still standard, stock standard. Not a lot of changes, and I think that this is great because a lot of teams know what to expect. And the only thing that's unexpected is the strats coming into day number 1.
Yeah, so it's, well, one other thing that might or might not be expected is the group rotation as well. So every map that you see on screen, we will rotate the groups. So for the first map, sign out, it will be A, B, C, D. Eranga will be A, B, C, D as well. And then the second Eranga will be A, B, C, and E, and so on and so forth. So that's kind of just to summarize everything. So in case you don't see your favorite team playing in that one particular map, they could be back in the following map. And that's why it's important for all of you out there to stay tuned with us the entire day.
Yeah, I think it's super exciting as well. I mean, that idea of randomness, right? A lot of teams, again, day number one is the icebreaker day. You want to figure out what's going on. Not only what is going on, but what's happening. What's your rotation gonna be looking at? Like, which teams are going to be, checking into the checkpoints that you are going to be stopping at as well. So once you figure it out, I think that day number one here is going to be hella chaotic. That's why I love day one, because you can't really tell what to expect from all of these teams before finally everything just goes to a lull. Everyone just starts to get to know each other and just sort of like understand which teams they want to fight, which teams they want to avoid, and then that's where things get a lot more serious on day two and beyond.
Oh yeah, it's like day one is like the feeling day, right? It's like
Yeah.
they get to know each other day. Like, okay, that's your play style, that's your drop spot, that's your rotation style, and so on and so forth. And then when it comes to day two, that's where they will start to try to counter each other. And yeah, try to get the best of each other basically. So day one is probably going to be more of a preview. But because it's a preview as well, we can also expect like teams, whether they intentionally do it or not, they might clash in a particular draw spot just to show a bit of dominance because they won that particular spot for themselves in day two onwards.
Yeah, and I think last season you and I, we did notice those early fights, right? Hot drops especially happened for teams that really, really want to, fight for those hot spots. There were teams that, initially had the same drop spots in the beginning. We saw it happen so many times where one team finally yields and then chooses another drop spot. You have teams that are prepared for those hot drops as well. And, it's super exciting because I know that a lot of these teams, they have already pretty much set drops that they wanted. But there are some teams that just say, you know what, screw it, we don't care. We will just fight whoever that's going to be dropping with us. And, these teams, I feel, are the ones that are, kind of like the wild card. You don't know what to expect, right? You know that they're going to be aggressive. You know they're going to be dropping to you, but you don't know what exactly to expect in terms of protocols on like how fast they're going to be looting or how they're going to be taking advantage of a situation.
Yeah, and that level of randomness is what makes it fun, right? It's like you don't know what's gonna happen in the upcoming match. Although it could be like the same map, it could be like, we're gonna see another Erangel, we're gonna see another Erangel again, but because of the randomness of what might happen, are they going to meet with each other very early on, take early fights? We wouldn't know. On top of that, of course, the circle will always be one of the key factors
Your
for
enemy.
a team to gain success. So that's something that we will want to keep an eye on as well. But
Yeah.
also we'd like to shout out to some of the teams from the PMNC or wildcard regions that actually made it through. So from Laos, we actually have Paradise Esports together with us this season. And from Singapore, S69 will be with us. If last season we had Brunei, unfortunately they did not qualify. Instead, their slot is replaced by Laos this time. So good job coming up here to the PMCL.
You know what's really interesting? We're seeing more and more teams coming in from Philippines and Cambodia as well this season compared to before as well, which is honestly making me super excited to see. Because seeing all these teams just really rise up and just surprise all of us in terms of skill. Because I know that when long ago for Philippines, they were just a country that's just rising up into the ranks of PUBG Mobile, right? With more teams coming up, it's just interesting to see how the game is just slowly growing there, with more pros just really rising as well. And to see the scene really thrive really makes it much more exciting. Like we know that Malaysia and Indonesia, Thailand have their own scene. It's huge, and I think that we might be seeing our next big one is here in Southeast Asia.
Yeah, and because the stakes are higher this time, right? Like we're talking about the slot to Esports World Cup. It's going to be hard to tell who will get that slot. That one slot from the PMCL will be super duper precious, because if you don't get that, well, then it's a break until like the second half of the year. So it's going to be quite a break, and I'm pretty sure the teams wouldn't want to have that sort of a long break, and they will go all in for it. But who will gain that one slot? Well, that's where the journey begins here today in our first day of the PMCL. And I personally would like to see surprises. I'd like to see like teams that maybe people don't expect to come up with a good performance, and who knows, they'll be able to snatch away that slot. Maybe somebody, or maybe the team from Laos, like Paradise Esports, or maybe a team from Singapore, S69.
That'll be
come
fun.
up with a surprise this time.
Yeah. I completely agree with you. I was about to say, I mean, Singapore, is, I would say, a very underrated region. We have some pros there as well. Would like to see a surprise, but from what you said, Sir Cloud, you've always been like a big fan of the underdog story, and this is definitely nothing new as well. So I completely agree with you about wanting to see newer teams rise up as well. But at the same time, you are looking at teams, we talked about inconsistencies such as teams from like Austria before as well. And me wanting to see a little bit more from that team as well is super exciting because at one point, that team was completely going around dominating the ranks, and then other teams started to really figure out how they play, and they seem to struggle toward the end of the season as well. So I'm really hoping that they have more than one page in their playbook, when you think about it, and this goes for all teams as well. I don't want to see like a day one, you go completely haywire, aggressive, week one is your week and then suddenly week two, you have no more pages in your playbook, you can't adapt, you can't keep up, and just slowly you just sort of like fall apart. And I think that is one of the biggest heartbreaks I can see from a team, and I would love to see most teams not go through that if they can.
Yeah, we love to see some level of drama as well, right? Like
drama!
Points. Yeah, drama in terms of the points. Like keep the points tight till the last day.
Yeah,
Keep it like as if there could be like maybe 10 teams can go for the championship or something like that, right? That would make it really, really good drama. Don't you like drama, Tash?
I love drama. I was about to say, right, to add to your point, add only 1 point difference, or maybe you have a 3-way tiebreaker. That will be insane. So everyone's just glued to their screens, about to have a heart attack, and it's like, oh my god, did we make it? Because me too, man, me too.
Yeah, we all love some level of drama there, and maybe we can expect it this season because again, the stakes are super high. Everyone's going to give their 110%, even when it comes to game 1. And speaking about game 1, we're going to jump in onto Sanhok, ladies and gentlemen. Sanhok, small map, expect a lot of action. Maybe they will fight it out for boot camp. Let's jump into Sanhok and check it out.
Chaotic maps, that's just what it is. Now coming into today, I think at one point the meta was to play at the sides of the circle, gatekeep, a lot of teams try to rotate inside, but I think that's changed now because everyone decides to go for that prime property instead.
Well, playing by the side, yes, like what you mentioned, looks like PBMS is going to play by the side. They're going to start around the area of Sami, Bantai, Nakam, and that's a pretty safe spot to be in, I must say. My eyes is of course glued towards the two hotspots, Bootcamp and also Paradise Resort. We often see early fights in those two areas. And will there be? Well, we do see like two teams hovering around the area of Bootcamp, but we're going to zoom in here onto RNG and also PG, going to go up with each other.
Early damage put in already onto Jappy, but again, these early fights are never really all-ins quite yet. They just take their time, maybe hopefully steal away some HP, steal away some resources from them, maybe get a knock, which is going to be huge. But again, this early fight's just too risky. Most teams don't want to risk it this early.
Yeah, and what's interesting about RNG as well, just dropping some updates to our viewers, that RNG, aka Rangers, which is their long name, they are former Harame Bros. So this team is no pushover team. And the fact that they have an early encounter with PG, which is Paradise Resort, hailing from the region of Lao, it's going to be interesting to see like a new upcoming team going up against an OG lineup in the PMCL scene.
Oh yeah, completely agree with you. When you look at, the OG, I mean, maybe a sense of rivalry will come up. Maybe you want to prove, your org that you're, going to your ex and saying, oh, hey, I'm better. But anyway, starting off early, here will be a range, quick knockdown onto a player, but no follow-ups quite yet, no full commission, but they are going to be keeping a quick eye onto their teammates, hoping to bait out another player.
Yeah, and that's Beckham on the ground now, being held hostage by Range, the IGL of Rangers. And nobody's actually going for him yet. Jipna lost his patience and he will claim that first blood out of the life of Beckham. So now 3 more players for Paradise Esports. What you gonna do now, my friend?
What's really interesting about it as well is the fact that, you're really hoping and just waiting to just bait out more players. I think the team really, RNG really wanted to go all out here. And you think about it like this, yeah? It was Jappy that took that first hit earlier, nearly dying in that beginning of the encounter. But in the end of the day, they were able to come up on top. But the fight's not stopping yet. We have GX going quite aggressively, finding one member already. But for them, it's just about the weight.
Because right now Coca-Cola is just waiting for backup to arrive. Here comes the rest of Gen X. And it's going to be a 2v1 or maybe a 3v1 against Kree. The lone player for 214. It's going to be pretty difficult for him. He needs to buy a little bit more time, but his teammates are nowhere to be found, and that one nade will knock him down.
Yeah. Just like that, very, very quickly. And I think that is the high-risk moment. You do have a 3-1 formation or maybe a 1-1-2 formation. It's very high-risk, high-reward situation. But a lot of teams, they love, especially on this map, yeah, they love the idea of going hunting just a little bit, catch out these stragglers, take them away. Because at this point, every single point matters here, especially on the smaller map. You want to be able to come off away with more elimination points.
Oh, Zuki went away from Astro. So that was a pretty much a close one. Astro now pretty much alone. Managed to deal a decent amount of damage onto the other side. But he's not going all in for it because his other teammates are on the lower ground. Totally understandable. So it's more of him just trying to stamp dominance on this high ground to shoo away his opponents. But now we're back on this fight again. So Paradise Esports versus Rangers. Looks like it's a bit of a stand between the two.
No one really wants to commit. No one really wants to move here. And I'm not surprised, but surprise! Jappy has been camping on top of that roof for quite some time. Pops his head like a jack in a box. Gets that first hit onto a member of PNG. And then suddenly, everything's just falling apart for PGN. What can you do here? Because you have players like Jibna who's just so adept at going in for that final blow.
Ooh, and Time to Quick Esports, they're passing by. Lucky for these two teams that Time to Quick Esports, they did not stop. Instead, they are on the outer side. So we'll think about them later on. I noticed as well on the Liberation feed, looks like Sin is now only down to one active player. They were in the fight elsewhere. Looks like more teams are starting to get involved with fights, considering that this is a small map. So it's something that we would expect as well.
Yeah, I mean, Sin at least shooting back here, gets one to their name. Blanks completely eliminated already. At the same time, I gotta give it to these two teams. They've been here fighting for quite some time. Would I say it's a Mexican standoff? Yeah, but it's not a full commit. I gotta give it to RNG. They're very patient here, taking the fights, isolating the players of PG so they're not able to play off each other here. And with that, one member just completely eats the damage from that nade. But at the cost of the teammate's life here. But Lizzie Boy's not done. Shooting back, trying to put at least a little bit of damage into the team. He's all alone here right now. He cannot fight back, cannot pick up his teammates. But at the end of the day here, it's all for naught as they will be eliminated.
Well, it's not only them. Looks like KHI Esports have been eliminated as well, but at least they didn't go down empty-handed. They still managed to score 2 elimination points out of Sin, and Sin only had Emas left. That must have been a really close call.
Must have been. They've been fighting for quite some time as well. We saw Sin going for some prolonged fights here. They do shoot back, but it felt like in that moment in the beginning of these fights, Sin wasn't able to fight back. They're getting picked off one by one.
Yeah, but now the summary for Sin is that they only have 2 players left, so they have to play this a little bit more safer this time. So let's see how long they'll be able to last. As we switch over to the team, they qualified from Singapore. There's S69, and they're going to have a good clear route for now, that is. Probably going to play it a little bit more safer since it's game number 1 for them anyway. But for Time to Quick Esports, key position for them secured. They do have 2 players in the compound, 2 players in the high ground, so that's kind of nice. You have that option in case you need to relocate yourself into either side, now that you have 2 players on 2 different locations.
Can you tell us a little bit of history for S69 here? I mean, it's been a while since we've seen like Singaporean teams really come up. But, you know what? Holding that thought here. Yahiko barely dodging those bullets and the circle pulling toward Painan area. So most teams are going to have to go to the central area regardless of whether or not they want to. But it doesn't seem like it's going to be too hard of a rotate into the circle for the time being.
Yeah, so you mentioned about S69 earlier on, right? So
their history.
they're from the mystery. Okay, so we'll uncover the mystery. So They're from the Singaporean region, and prior to this, they played under the banner of Flash Vision Esports.
Oh,
So
okay.
yeah, so some of the players like Master Toki and Master Riggs, they used to be there, but this time they come with a different branding. Probably they went indie or it's a new org. So yeah, but basically these players, they do have the experience of playing in the previous season, including I remember that Snitch actually came out with a very good play last season. So he's one of those players that I'll be looking forward to see if he's able to put up a good performance again this time.
It's always exciting to see a return of a player, right? It's expectations. You have no idea how they're going to be catching up to the meta. You don't know how much their skills have deteriorated or even gotten better in the sidelines as well. So that is something that I'm very excited to see. We were just talking about them. Look at that, NBX in trouble. Players knocked down one by one like flies.
Ooh, okay, and they only have 2 active players now. Now that we have them on screen, looks like XZXY will be the next one to fall, leaving NB with only 2 players left. And they're on the other side, so they won't be involved in any of these fights. Anyway, the point is given away to their opponents. SG, they scored 3 eliminations so far in total.
That was honestly so swift. We're just talking about them. Felt like that was a buff, Sir Cloud. But anyways, coming back to my point is that, you know, it seems so quick how they were able to move together here. And I wish we could have seen how exactly they decided to move as a team. But as of right now, seeing it, how they've positioned themselves, I think they may have choked them.
Yeah, it could be possible, right? And maybe it's not only them. There perhaps could be another team on the other side. That's why they couldn't really relocate to somewhere safer, because by now, surely, a lot of these key areas would have been taken by the teams themselves. Just like Burmese goals, for example. This high ground is a key area as long as it's within the circle, of course. You have this high ground, you have the option of going down to this low ground where there's a warehouse, and it gives you extra cover as well. So Burmese goals so far, good start with their location. So pretty much, I guess from what we are seeing right now, a lot of these teams have already secured key spots for them to be at. Perhaps the next big fight might happen in maybe stage 3 onwards.
That will be really exciting, honestly, because, you know, surprisingly, I mean, we talked about this last season as well, right, Sir Cloud, about the Sanok map. We always see aggression coming in, just a minor aggression coming in the first circle, and then it just has to lull down. People just starting to wait for an idea on where to rotate, just waiting on that circle, because it does cover, you know, the first 2-3 circles just cover like a big amount of ground here on this map. But
yeah, and plus this circle is somewhat in the middle of the map, right? So
very
you kind of have some wiggle room to play. Although there's this big river in between, but I guess the teams would decide on whether they want to cross over coming into maybe stage 3, depending on where the circle will go. But on the elimination feed we saw earlier, your prediction for the day, Osja, looks like one of the players got knocked down but not eliminated yet, so it could probably be a long range knock.
Could be. As long as there's no follow-up, we can already kind of safely assume that it's not going to happen. Okay, here we go. Map feeds happening here. Looking at teams right now, I think RNG is being very smart, you know, hanging on to 2 areas of the main area. But I think they can already pretty much have an idea that they should be moving over their players to the mainland, or at least the bigger island to the right. But for TTQ here, becoming the gatekeepers, keeping the rest of the team out. The same could be said about the rest now, as now Sin is in trouble with GX coming through, taking away so much space as well. CQC in terms of fights right now. Sin is all alone, fending for his life. Chase, just some preempting sprays in the front side here, making sure that his teammates are not able to fully find him in the end. But like it or not, Cool and Umas cannot hold on here. Cool, alone. Unfortunately for him, that last shot is just not gonna land, so for his team, gonna go down, but with 4 elims, a decent ending for them.
And that's going to be Sin. Unfortunately eliminated, though they scored 4 elimination points before they went out, so as a first game, it's still alright, But we might see the next encounter here. Okay, let's evaluate this. So Osja on one side, their opponents on the other side, that's going to be Team Max. And because both of these teams are in the circle, well, at most they'll be just poking each other.
In Malay, we call it apa? Suntikan manja.
I don't know any suntikan that is manja,
What?
Pash. I don't know what sort of jab have you been getting that is how do you translate manja?
Manja.
Oh.
Sorry, I've been spending so much time with my friend, so I'm learning all of these new terms.
Oh, the Gen Z terms.
I don't know if it's Gen Z, but anyway, hopefully it is, regardless. Moving into this game. Oh, here we go. That's Master X. You said he has a lot of history behind his name.
Yeah, played with he played with RTC before this as well, so definitely not his first showing here at the PMCL. He does have the experience, although generally teams from the Singaporean region has not really been showing up that much. So hopefully this time they will be able to put up a good performance and come up with a good surprise. But I stand corrected. So he played with Flash Vision before. RTC was when he did not play, so he kind of lapsed one season. But maybe that lapse, he would have gone through a rigorous training. But speaking about vigorous training, Burmese goals with their training in hand, they managed to score one, but one of the players got speed, now knocked down.
It's really good because they were trying to rotate into that circle, thought it was all the way out here in the open. But BG was very patient, playing behind cover, playing with the terrain as well, getting one knockdown as well. But for the rest of the team, they're in trouble. PBMS, what are you going to do here? You're stuck in the corner, blue zone pushing toward you, not allowed cover to work with, your teammates bleeding to death. It's either you go out in the open, you take this fight, or you go down to that blue zone. And it feels dire right now.
Going to be super duper hard, right? Yeah, and Ryman is being picked up at this point, but they don't have the time, they don't have the space. Oh, look at the rush in here from the side. The team actually came here. It's going to be Gen X coming in. They want those points for themselves. They're willing to take that bit of a risk, even though Burmese goals is just right in front, gatekeeping all these teams.
They are feeling very confident. Look at how aggressively they are moving up here, out there in the open, taking up space, denying more space for PBM to even move together here. Gonna be easy to pick up Godspeed, so it shouldn't be a problem here. And his teammates are providing that backline cover fire in case they do decide to push out here for the rest. But the same could be said about TTQ. They're slowly trying to traverse the way onto this high ground.
Everyone wants to go to the high ground looking at this kind of circle. Let's see who will be the king of the high ground. But PBE, MSI have been eliminated, unfortunately. Same goes for NB as well, out at number 11. And we're starting to see teams falling out like flies. 10 more teams to go. And at the side, Burmese goals, they managed to pick up Godspeed. They're back as a 4.
That's what you want, that strength in numbers, firepower extremely high as well. They are still currently at disadvantage, at least 2 of them in the lower ground, and Unknown is in trouble at the very least, but manages to keep himself alive here. His vehicle should go off very, very soon as well. So, like it or not, he has to just vacate the area for the time being. But TTQ, I love what they're doing right now, keeping it straight together, keeping an eye out on not only BG, but also making sure that they have some sort of cover they can just fall back to.
Both Time to Quit Esports and Burmese goals. These are two very, very experienced teams. And of course, a very experienced player here, Ichi on screen, lobs a nade across onto Time to Quit Esports. Able to clip a bit of health out of Zuki. Not able to get a knock yet. Second nade set across, but nobody is behind the tree.
Lots of gunfire sounds here as well, but like it or not, these two teams, they need to take this fight. They want to be able to basically go through the gold, go through the guard to be able to get into that circle area itself. And once you're at the high ground here, that middle area where outside of Painan would be huge because it's not only a high ground, it gives you so much space as well in terms of people rotating either from the northern side or even the western side.
Yeah, and Rangers, they have the best success there since nobody's going to stop them from going up to the high ground. But right now, Master Ichi is going to stop Zuki from moving forward. Let's get a knockdown. They tried to kill Master Ichi. They sent a molly, they sent a nade, but none of them connected at all.
It's great because he's just trying to isolate fights using that one rock here, and Unknown somehow managed to just move back, fall back relatively unscathed here. But BG's not done. Understanding the blue zone pushing him, they decide to just crunch and completely spray the heck out of the rest of TTQ. Zuki falls. His teammates needs to go a little bit more aggressive as well, as Zuki eventually will be stolen away from Godspeed. But BG, they're not done. They're so aware that the Singaporean team are right behind them.
And that's going to be Silence God Esports up on that high ground. Going to stop them from coming in further. Burmese goals will feel the wrath of the blue as right now is starting to close. As for Silent God Esports, with the high ground advantage, they'll be able to farm and eliminate the points here. But Burmese goes there ready to get away, but from the side it's going to be Bunny knocking one down. But Nathan, from afar, takes out Bunny instead.
TTQ has done a phenomenal job of surviving, but unfortunate for them, no points as well. They took up so many fights, but no kill confirmed. And the rest for Silent Gods here, they're just slowly making their way to their fellow Filipino teams. Austria waiting on the top side, full control of that area as well. They need to go up in the open, they need to have an element of surprise somehow, but Austria's positioning is making it so hard for them to be able to take up these fights.
And looks like the fight will continue on with Silent God on the outside of the circle. Being gate kept right now by Austria. Austria looking around for more targets, but at the same time, Jane knocked down. Minor knock on the outside of the blue. Look at this blue, is chasing them down right now. Caps, there will not be much time. There will not be enough time for them to pick him up. And Austria will eliminate Silent God Esports.
Love how they position themselves behind rocks, behind the tree line as well. The top side of that terrain gave them so much value. They were so dominant in making sure that their area will not be breached, but now the circle will eventually pull away from them. Eventually, it's going to be the players inside of Painan, the ones with the compounds that are going to come up on top here. It's going to be, I cannot really see, unfortunately, what team that is, but you want to be able to take away or breach away that compound from them.
And right now, Nadi is waiting inside of the circle. They still have stage 6 circle. Now, there are a couple of teams that don't have the circle across the road. You can see at least 2 of them here. On screen is going to be Gen X, and they need to cross the road. They're going to make them move right now. Taking a bit of risk without that smoke bridge, but they managed to infiltrate the same building as their opponent. Now, it's going to be a 2v2 fight. Let's go.
Well, I'm just waiting for that right moment here. I'm pretty sure they've already heard the sounds of footsteps here from GX, but one thing I love about GX is how aggressive they can be in terms of wanting to take away this space. The only thing separating them right now are these 2 compound areas, and it's hard to really determine how exactly you want to push into OF. They have the strength in numbers. You have no clue which corner they're holding onto. If you walk into a crossfire instead of a CQC, that will spell death.
Oh, this is spell death here for Unknown, who's up there at the sniper tower, burned down by Nathan from Rangers. Here comes Rangers, moving away from Painan, trying to go up to the high ground. Burmese goals eliminated with 5 elimination points. Some of the players take it up at the zone. And right now, we have Rangers unstoppable. They're already at 10 elimination points.
Ooh, they're looking so good right now. Those early fights just really propelled them forward, and they feel really hot right now, especially on this map 1. Bounce 1 knocked already onto a member of Austria. So they need to just really recollect themselves, go for that reset they want to. Dugdiko, I don't think he's going to be able to be picked up, so they're just going to let him die at the very least. In terms of numbers, Austria right now dwindling down to only 2. So not the best position to be in, but they do have at least 1 advantage, which is the high ground.
Ooh, and the circle favors Rangers. Pulls down to the southern side. Immediately giving that circle advantage towards them. But these 2 teams on screen do not have the circle advantage. It's going to be On Fire Squad versus Gen X. Gen X Coca-Cola. That's right on the outside of this building. Underlanding shots with the SLK. Goes in. Looks to the right, he checked his corner, but he could not let it shot. And it's going to be On Fire Squad, still on fire.
Yeah, but now they're in trouble as the blue zone is just slowly pushing toward them. They have to go for that reset. They need to be picked up. I don't know. Astro, yep, no time, so he's going to go down to the circle. And Natty, desperate times call for desperate measures. No, not enough for him to stay alive. 4 eliminations for them, 4th place. Great start.
Well, that leaves us now with 3 teams left. And look at this, man. Rangers, a full squad, going up against 1 active player from Austria right now. Tom is currently down. It's going to be all in on the Maniacs. Rangers, they want to claim their first chicken dinner, and they will. Rangers from the Philippines will score the first chicken dinner PMCL this season.
That is amazing looking at them, how aggressive they were in how they want to deal with teams dropping on top of the same spot as them, going aggressive, playing as a team, separating their fights, very patient early as well. And then toward the end, staying alive as a 4 was their priority, and they were able to just run away with so many points as well. Kanok looks really good for them, it looks really great on them. Congratulations for them with a great opening for this season. I am excited to see how they will fare onto the bigger maps later.
Oh, absolutely right. Absolutely. The bigger maps, and of course, when later when we roll in Group E as well, because Group E, we do have the champions Younger Galacticos in that group. But of course, we'll look at that later because in our next map is going to be still the same grouping. Anyway, for Rangers, congratulations to them. It's not only about this chicken dinner, but they also managed to score more than 10 eliminations. Was it like what, 12 or 13? Look at the numbers on the board too.
Yeah. Now, looking at Jappy, I have to say, I think for this team, every player has a role, right? And it feels like every role was doing their job, pulling their own weight. But Nathan, you can see the amount of eliminations that he has. It's not flashy, it's not aggressive, but it's more of like his team setting him up for success, which is what we want to see. If not great at cleaning up house, Jappy great at being the first contact player, and Range becoming the backline, providing that support his teammates need to take a little bit more space. Love to see this dynamic.
Well, beat Nathan's stats, Tash. Look at this. 5 eliminations, 502 damage, the highest of them all, but 0 damage taken. This guy is invincible this round. He can frag at the same time. Nobody can touch him at all. I mean, try to beat this stat.
Can't. At least not now. This is a very hot start. I think it's a very statement start from this team as well. You start off great, you have an idea, and you completely dominate. Yeah, I think one of the scariest teams about being hot really early is that you do, run away with your strategy a bit too early. But in time, I truly believe on how they play, how they have this energy with each other. You are able to just, play off each other, not only that, and adapt well as well. So I'm really hoping to see that.
And we'll check out the highlights before the score, ladies and gentlemen. Alright, and here is the match ranking for game number 1. So it's going to be pretty easy to calculate since, well, it's only game number 1, right? So Rangers with the 12 eliminations and the chicken dinner, that's 22 points, putting them on top right now, followed by Gen X with 10 points. Only 2 teams that managed to score a double-digit overall points for game 1. What's interesting is that Sin is here on page 1 without any placement points. So they bank on elimination points to be up there, which is absolutely fine because at the end of the day, it's about points collected. It doesn't matter how you do it.
I completely agree with you, and I think because we talked about this so many times about how sometimes you can get more elimination points, just really boost you forward. Placement is something you can find balance for, but if you can go aggressive, if you are completely high risk, high reward style play and it rewards you, why not, right? So looking at how aggressively some of these teams play, I think they have an idea on what to expect for Sanhok. I believe that some teams like say Boom Esports before this have an idea that they want to go aggressive, they want to go hunt for kills, and that's exactly what they want to do. And I wouldn't be surprised if many of these teams have an idea like, okay, I think placement points might be a bit hard for this map. Let's try and go for the next best option here. So, knowing that for teams like Sin, like RNG, they have an idea on, or an objective rather, on how exactly they want to approach this map is something to, I would say, take note of.
Yeah, well, the teams that need to take note of is going to be Time to Put Esports, Nexus Vanguards, and also Paradise Esports, since they went out this round without any points at all. So next round will be a redemption round for them, since we will be rolling the same group again after this. So the same teams will be meeting each other, of course, in a new map, and it's going to be the first time all these teams will meet inside of Erangel. Again, it's going to be the same conversation whether a team will want to try to take over a hot drop spot from anyone else.
Yeah, completely agree with you as well. Now, I think that it's hard to really, in terms of if we want to give power rankings or we want to give an idea what to expect for next game, I think for day 1 or rather looking at Sanhok, it's hard to really give a gauge on what to expect you to see. But, again, about what I said about RNG still stands. the idea of how they played as a team, their team dynamics, their how they move together is already something that I think a lot of people are gonna be keeping an eye on as well. Regardless, into the top 4 here, these are the stats coming through here as well. Look at distance traveled here. GX as well as GX Austria as well as Max did travel a lot more further than RNG, which means that in terms of drop spot, RNG did have a bit of advantage in terms of having to rotate less. But at the same time, for them, having that last rotations doesn't mean they hold on. They decide to go aggressive and take fights, which is what we love to see.
Yeah, and what I love to see about Team Max here is their eliminations. 4 eliminations, but 400 plus damage output. So it's almost 1 elimination. Well, whoever they shoot, whoever they get, basically. But Nathan from Rangers, he shoots, he scores. Could be hard to beat this stat. 5 eliminations, 502 damage, but the key highlight stat here is 0 damage taken. No doubt with this kind of stat, he is definitely the MVP in Game 1.
Oh yeah, completely agree with you. A lot of pre-fires coming through as well, a lot of holds. This team is very patient as well. They're almost like, like hunters, right? They see, they pray, they don't have to go super aggressive. Wait for them, especially that shot from Jappy just up on top of that building was really terrifying to see. Regardless, we're going to be going to Erangel after this, so do not go anywhere. We'll be right back. I open it. Welcome back, everyone. Intense Sanok just now, completely surprising us all. RNG showing us what they've got early, but can the teams really rally back is the question. Anyways, this is a PMCL, excuse me, Spring, Southeast Asia. Anyways, I'm Tajman alongside Sir Cloud, your casters for today. Now, coming into the bigger map, you're going to be looking at Erangel.
Yes, so the OG map that, well, every player would have played it. I mean, if you If you have not played Erangel before, well, you clearly have not played any PUBG Mobile, so try to log in into the game and play some Erangel at least. But expectations wise, because it's going to be the first Erangel that this group will be meeting each other, right? So it's going to be kind of hard to tell, like, who's going to meet each other. Is Pachinki going to be a hard fight? Is Rosal going to be a hard fight? Is School going to be a hard fight? I mean, these areas are in the center of the map.
Yeah.
Perhaps we can expect teams to maybe fight for the right to be in those areas.
Oh yeah, you want to see early fights. I wouldn't be surprised if teams are going to be, testing the waters, trying to figure out if they're going to be able to wrestle away these spots. End of the day, right? I think for a lot of teams, they have an idea where to drop. They have their, their reverse drop spot as well in case something were to happen. Flight paths are not handled, dropping toward them as well. Excuse me, I cannot English today for some reason. But moving into that as well, you already see an idea of how some teams are playing here. A lot of teams, I believe, are loving that idea of playing aggressive, going for elimination points. We saw that on Sanok. I wouldn't be surprised if that same mindset came here as well, especially the Filipino teams. They love to play aggressive. They love that little edge on early fights as well. So this is something I'm looking forward to see. Rather than a slower pace from the beginning of the map, I want to see some early fights. So, as you said, Sir Cloud, you love aggression. I love aggression. And you are rooting for the underdog story. Maybe me too. Who knows?
Yeah, and I would love to see the underdog teams really making it through, right? So let's see. Because now we're still at the group stages. So there's 16 slots? That's a whole ton of slots there that teams can eye for. So to a certain extent, well, of course you have starting points later on, but to a certain extent, whether you're number 1 or number 16, it's still fine as long as you see the light of day at the Grand Finals, because the Grand Finals is where it all matters, because there will be the ticket towards Esports World Cup that will be happening in the middle of this year in Riyadh. And of course, there's a huge chunk of prize pool there waiting for the teams. And I believe the other day I was just looking over at some of the numbers, right? Like, even if you're at the last place, you still get a lot of money from Esports World Cup prize pool. So that is something that the players will be eyeing for.
Yeah, it's a prestigious title if you think about it. It's not only just a prize pool, it's you're putting your name on the map here globally as well. I think for a lot of teams, especially regardless of whether you're going to be on the bigger stage, a smaller stage, or anything like that, when you start pro play, you want to be able to play against the best in the world. You want to be able to play up there. And being in Esports World Cup is definitely, I would say, proof of that, other than going to PMGC at the end of the year, right? Now, when you look at the teams as well, now as we move into Erangel, I think we're going to be looking at A, B, C, and D. As you said before, it's going to be the same rotations again. So most of these teams, well, all of these teams, excuse me, are going to be very, very warmed up. They have played Sanok as well. They have an idea on how to play with each other. But, as you said just now, Sir Cloud, you don't know about these drop spots on these areas, right? So there is that question mark for all of these teams. The nerves are going to be shaking, okay, what are we going to be expecting? Are we going to be expecting early fights? How are we going to be prepping against that? Because we have seen teams that do have a protocol on how to deal with hot drops, but what about teams that gets caught off guard?
Yeah, so that's where the fun begins, right? It's like, you don't know what's going to happen. Same goes for the teams as well. They wouldn't know, are they going to meet another team? Are they not going to meet another team? And that's what makes it exciting. The unknown is what makes it exciting, right?
Yeah.
I mean, if you always know, okay, if you open a pack of rice and you already expect that, okay, it's going to be curry there, it's going to be maybe a piece of chicken there, then it's it's nothing exciting. But imagine, Tash, I send you a pack of rice not knowing what's in it. Would you be excited?
If I opened a pack of rice and I found noodles, I'm going to be like, Cloud, you betrayed me. I was expecting rice.
Hey, and that's where the fun is, right? But it makes it even more fun. What if I tell you that, Tash, I send you a pack of rice and you open its ice cream?
Oh, that one I like. That one I like.
Now we're talking.
Now we're talking. Because it's it was supposed to be a meal, but instead I got dessert. And I love dessert. You know what I'm saying?
We're not going to start the whole ice cream thing again, and both of us end up getting ice cream after the show.
I feel like we're gonna end the day with ice cream again this time. I wouldn't be surprised. It's such an us thing, no?
Oh no, Tash, you're doing it again. You're implanting it right now. If any of our viewers actually maybe, who knows, right? After the show, they get ice cream for themselves. Do tag us on social media. We'd like to see what sort of ice cream you'd like to And if actually Tash's hypnosis actually work out all of you as well.
Ooh, like that, okay, faham. Okay, now coming into today, let's talk a little bit more about the teams, the players. I mean, out of all these teams, I mean, we talked a little bit about Singapore just now, what we expected for them, wanting to see them rise to the top. I mean, it's rare to have a season where we have more than maybe 2 or 3, Singaporean teams. Seeing one there, it's just making us already happy. The representation that we're seeing there is already exciting. But Sir Cloud, I think you talked a little bit about expectations for the team as well. And I know we've only seen one map played by S69. In just maybe from that glance of the game, right? Can you give us a hypothesis on how they would do?
Oh, for S69, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, well, they are an experienced lineup, and I personally do like Snitch from what I've seen last season. He did put off a highlight play last season. It was a solo chicken dinner run, and he actually did it for the team that time. He was playing with RTC. So yeah, I mean, if he's able to pull off that sort of gameplay last season, and coupled with like these experienced players like Master Toki, Master Riggs, even Labo, who we have seen before in previous editions of the PMCL, I believe this is the season for them to come up, go, reach to the grand finals, and then who knows, snatch that EWC slot. If a Singaporean team goes to EWC, it is groundbreaking because we have never had that before, a Singaporean team on the international stage in PUBG Mobile Esports, and if they can do it, wow, man, that would make me really happy seeing a team that maybe people wouldn't expect actually making it.
Yeah, I think it's a really fun run if you think about it. In terms of representation, there's only one team there. It's like, beating the impossible, carrying all the odds on your back, making it to the top. It's also very exciting to see as well. So yeah, I completely agree with you. I would love to be able to see that, just to see in terms of representation as well. But coming into today as well, I think the same could be said about Laos, right? I mean, Laos as well. They don't have a lot of representation, especially onto the stage this season as well. But can you share with me a little bit about what we can expect to see? I mean, Paradise Esports logo, what do you want to see, or rather, what do you know about them?
Well, what's interesting about Lao and their lineup, right, is that they do have an experienced player called Honda, who has played in the professional stage before, and I believe that he represented the country during the SEA Games in Cambodia. Wow. As well. Yeah, so you have a player who's like international standard within their lineup, and then you have like there used to be a player called Beckham back in the day. So I'm still wondering, is this the same Beckham as before? And I'm not referring to the football Beckham, of course. I'm referring to the PUBG Mobile Esports Beckham. So at least 2 familiar names that I've seen before in the lineup of Paradise Esports. And the rest of them, they are pretty new names to me, so I don't really have much information on their background. But I also want to point out the fact that in their lineup, they also have this player called Caesar. And fun fact, Caesar is from Thailand and is playing with a Lao team. So Tash, this is something that I discovered with a Lao friend.
Okay.
Apparently, people from Lao, they are able to speak Thai as well.
Wait, really?
Yeah, so they can communicate
it's just so
use Thai
easy
to communicate.
Yeah. This is new to me. Well, TIL, today I learned something which is super exciting as well. I was about to ask you, how they communicate in terms of language, but that's solved already as well. And I love the idea of seeing more players being imported. I mean, it's nothing new, right? Especially toward the PMSL stage as well. We're starting to see players from Malaysia and Indonesia just sort of move countries, across the river, which is also very exciting because I think for a long time, when you look at a lot of teams here, they love to play with their local players. So the idea that, players are being moved around as well shows us that, maybe some form of you don't know how another country or another region plays. You bring a little bit of the spice from that certain country into your team, give a little bit of a change up in your team's playstyle, just really surprise people and allows you for so much adaptability and different perspectives as well, which is honestly very exciting to me.
Yeah, the sugar, spice, and everything, maybe not so nice, depending on who's fighting against them.
Yeah.
But they did have a good start though in Sandhop. But Well, if we were to give them, some leeway, their first fight in Sanhok, they were up against Rangers, who eventually scored the chicken dinner. So you can kind of tell yourself that, you know what, we lost the fight against a team that eventually scored the chicken dinner. So it's like, it's okay. We can still make it happen in the following round. So I
Yeah.
don't think Paradise Esports has been given the space or that room to show what they can do best. But in a bigger map like Erangel, maybe it's their time to shine.
Yeah, and I know that when you talk about Sanhok, it's such a different dynamic when it comes to playstyle, speed, and tempo as well. Some teams are just, they just don't prefer smaller maps. They just shine on bigger maps, and we've seen that happen many times. They have really, rough times on Sanhok, but completely dominate when it comes to Miramar and Erangel. Regardless, coming into this bigger map, as you said before, there's a lot of expectations coming out here. This is where you can really gauge the power levels of most of these teams in terms of playstyle, in terms of rotations, adaptability. Day one is a day of getting to know each other. This is the day where you have to really know how to adapt.
Yeah, and let's see if the teams are able to adapt right now, because it's going to be the first Erangel for this season, featuring the same teams from the Sanhok match. And Erangel, it's a very balanced map, but can they show balancing in here? Let's go.
You want to get to know each other on this map. You want to get to know how to play off each other on this map as well. This is the day where everything's being put to the test. You're going in blank slate, nothing to go off of, unless it's bots from in the last few seasons.
Yeah, we're going to pop off the flight path here from the north side of shooting range all the way down to military base. And speaking about military base, as always, I love to see a military base circle. I wouldn't mind if the entire day is like a military base circle. I love it. I love it as much as you love ice cream.
Betul lah. Correct lah. I completely agree with you lah. Now we're actually seeing two teams dropping up toward this northern side already, which I'm super excited to see. That'll be Saverny that maybe is going to be contested, unless of course S69 decides to drop elsewhere. Rozhok, as you predicted, is going to be a very busy city as well. So wow.
Yeah, so Rozhok, we see a couple of teams actually fly in that direction. I see Burmese goals on top of it, and they're probably going to land directly into Rozhok. Pochinki looks like it's going to be only Rangers. So the Big Four is actually taking the center of the map, so that's pretty confident of them, and no other team seems to be challenging them for Rozhok. Circle-wise, going to be centered around Yasnaya, so it's going to be a okay circle. But we're going to head up north right now to Saverny, where we have two different teams here.
I agree with you as well. Now, Saverny, I'm quite surprised that two teams decided to drop there. I was maybe expecting one of the teams decided to move elsewhere, maybe towards Stalber, maybe toward, Yasnaya, but that didn't happen. So, I expect it's going to be a very intense fight here over on this side. But because there's so many compounds, which means that this aggression will be halted momentarily.
Yeah, so it looks like what you say, right? Because it's a compound fight, it's an urban warfare, so everyone's going to take their own corner. And that includes S69 here. And Gen X on the other side. So let's see who will come out on top. But S69, they do have an option to exit down south. Since they are by the roadside, they should be able to get a vehicle. And let's see if they're still going to stay here to try to challenge their opponent and maybe try to pick up more points. This could be an opportunity for them. I mean, it's also a way to see things, right? Like whether you want to see the cup half full or half empty, it's totally up to you.
Yeah.
You can see it as an opportunity to gain eliminations, or maybe an opportunity to, I don't know, just stall time and get away.
Yeah, you can. I mean, you can just decide to be like, you know what? We like early fights. Let's just go for it. Why not, right? Now, looking at the map feed, I'm seeing a lot of teams that are just not in the circle quite yet. I'm quite surprised at how busy it is to the northwest side of the island of the map as well. Zarki, we have a team there. It's just KHI. We're looking at two teams over the northern and southern side of Georgia Paul as well, which is also super exciting. Gatka completely empty, not empty, sorry, except for Ostja as well. So some of these teams, like as you said just now, right, a team that dropped in Pochinki, very high risk situation, but you have no clue who's going to be dropping there. So you decide to play high risk, high reward, and you're going to be highly rewarded for it.
Yeah, high risk, high reward is the key, right? Especially for teams like who have not scored that many eliminations or that many points in the previous round, and you want to play a bit of a catch up. So it looks like they are planning to go for the high risk, high reward sort of gameplay. And both teams locked into Yasnaya, into Saverni, not getting out yet. But I guess that's also because like the first circle, stage 1 circle is still within it. So naturally they would have a bit more time for them to play. But Master Toki from S69 decided to go out and scout, grab a vehicle. Probably going to come back to pick up his teammates.
I think this is good. I mean, you want to go out to scout, you want to be able to go for loot, you want to be able to see if anyone's just, hanging around the checkpoints close by as well. So it helps if you think about it. Now, I'm also looking at your favorite area here, Sir Cloud, which is SMB. One team has completely taken over that area and they're just completely walking around the island, taking their time. It's so open, so free for them. But my worry about this particular team is if they decide to rotate toward the northern side as well. And NX, when you think about it, they have a PBM just hanging around the southern side of farm, watching the eastern bridge like a hawk. Could spell doom.
Oh, this could spell doom for S69 because another player actually left, leaving only 2 players here. So if GX, they have that information, they know that it's a good time for them to try to rush in. But okay, here comes Cabo to pick up the other 2 members. Okay, they're out of here. All right, so it looks like they decided not to stay. But the spray by Nero, see if we can get anything out of this. A lot of damage onto S69. One more spray at S69. They will drive off to the sunset.
Barely surviving by the skin of their teeth too. That was very, very high risk. They could potentially have lost 2 players in that particular scuffle. But you know what? They paid off. They got another vehicle on top of that as well. So props to them.
Yeah, so they decided to just leave, which is okay. Because if we kind of looked at their utilities, I don't think they have much to loot because they were cornered in Saverni. So you might as well leave there, go to somewhere else, loot, and see you in the final stages. So that's absolutely fine.
We're starting to see those rotations come in as well toward the eastern side of the circle. I think teams are starting to move upwards. PBM as well has already started to move up here. So the area of Farm and Milta completely empty. So NX can take their time. If they just want to just rotate up here, they can go for a later rotation if they want to as well. Could be massive for them. Now, I'm also kind of curious to see, not see, but I'm just kind of surprised that we're not seeing early aggression come out as well. I mean, especially teams that are dropping in the same spot as each other. It's not really a full commit onto these fights.
Yeah, nobody's really putting in the full commitment yet, right? I guess the theory we mentioned, because it's day 1. Everyone wants to kind of feel the ground, feel how the other teams play. So they don't want to overcommit. And plus we're still at 16 teams, 64 players. If you go out at this stage, it's going to be 0 placement points.
Yeah.
So you don't want to take that risk, and it will truly hurt, like what you said.
I mean, granted, TTQ, NX, and PG, especially for them, I think this map particularly matters. It's not too far away to play catch-up. Talked about aggression early. We did see a bit of Grand Theft Auto action as we are looking at OF just pass by each other. Just loot sprays, but never really full commits. Now, coming back to my point here is that these 3 teams, they want to be able to survive. They want to be able to get some form of point here as Zuki gonna spot up 1, steals away his life as well to give themselves at least some points. PBM, so Sarimon is gonna fall, but it is gonna be traded out here. So teams losing 1 for 1, and TTQ, they're just completely collapsing, rushing out forward here. PBM, they cannot hold on. Sarimon still needs to be picked up. I don't think it's gonna be happening as the rest of the team is just gonna completely scatter.
Yeah, looks like they're going to have to leave Raimon behind. Unfortunately, if they really want to go for it, well, then they have to try to get a long-range knock on the members of TTQ. We have Monboy here scoping them down, trying to find a good opportunity, but Raimon finally will be eliminated by Zuki. Monboy trying to get a revenge knock at least, but not able to land enough damage. Now he has to leave.
He lost 2 in the initial scuffle as well, so it's not a great situation when you lose 2 this early. I mean, it's a 2-for-1 trade, like it or not. It's still a loss on your side, losing 2 members, losing a lot of firepower as well. But there is an upside to this as well. You can play a little bit more passive. You can just play CQC. You can camp, go for long-range kills if you want to. Just survive all the way. Just maybe get a few pickoffs toward the end of the few circles, maybe get the top 4, top 5. That's enough for them already.
So as long as you're able to like survive for top 5, definitely what will come together with it is elimination points. So when you bundle them up together, it should be pretty decent. And plus we're just day one, so you want to kind of try to keep some level of pace. Yeah, it's always cool to be at number 1, gain, but if you are in the middle in day number 1, that's okay, because there's still many more days to go with many more games to play. But on the elimination feed, looks like we do have a couple of eliminations happening, and that's actually around the
Yeah, the rotations right now as well. A lot of teams just really rushing toward the circle, but one team that's not just really taking their time is Austria, just taking their time playing to the side here. Take could be set about 2 and 4. Deciding to go a little bit late could be a strat as well. You're going to be missing out on a lot of these early rotations and teams, but fights are still happening. PHI and S9 just going full on out war right now. Lavo taking a lot of space, rushing in with his teammates. Door broken already. One member knocked down as Lavo runs away with a point. PHI, they want to shoot back, but it's not going to be easy as well. You can't really point out where the other members are as S9 decides to play hand-holding with each other. It's a perfect nade and Lavo steals another life to his team, but they're not done. Yanks throwing in the shot, beautifully coming out forward, but will be knocked down. Demi West, last man standing. Can he hold on?
Yes.
No, he can't. And Master Rix gonna just completely go haywire, crazy with 3 eliminations in this scuffle, and they're able to reset all 4 alive.
Yeah, S69, they did not lose a single player in that fight. But again, 4 eliminations. Nice rush in there into Yasnaya to finish off KHI. But KHI, too bad for them. They go out without a single point. So now they remain at pretty much the very bottom. And the fact that we still have Texas Vanguards and we also have a PG still in the game, there is a possibility that KHI will be pushed down even further.
Yeah, NB has a nice area as well near the Yasnaya Poliana, holding on 2 areas. Here we have 2 players, a 2-2 formation where we have 2 of their players holding on the outer side, hoping to see if anyone's just rotating out, scouting first, but the other 2 holding on to the inner side. My question for NB right now is that we have a full team 2 for 1 rushing up into them as well. So it is going to be a 2 versus 4. That is my concern here.
Oh, my concern is for the final player of On Fire squad.
That too.
Tanking the blue is alone, and if he goes out now, no placement points, only 1 elimination point, and I wonder how far he is from the circle. Speaking about the circle, we see the circle shift. Gonna be still a kind circle on the outskirts of Yasnaya, in between Yasnaya as well as mentioned. The teams will definitely be hitting there. That includes 214, who's still on the northern side of the island.
Oh yeah. If they go to the northern side, they're going to be in trouble. 2 players of NB waiting. If they go to the southern side, same thing as well. But right now, looking at SG, they have a huge chunk of area of Yasnaya Poliana in their control. And, you know, for them, this is massive. This is huge because they're right smack dab in the circle. They have a compound as well. They're holding on like 2 sides of the street toward the middle side. So if anyone were to cross, they could take advantage of that as well. But at the same time, with S69 coming out forward, they could potentially be going into a fight just to wrestle off that control of the big area they're holding.
And here comes Burmese goals. They want to hold the northern side of this circle. They're splitting up, trying to get as information as possible. And here are the players from Nexus Vanguards trying to guard the entry point. But on the other side, now we have Michi all alone from 214, surrounded by NB. And there's no way he's going to be able to get out of this. He will be knocked down in the blue.
Oh yeah, that's just really unfortunate. I mean, we talked about the rotations as well. I was concerned about NB, about how they're going to be holding on here, but they were quick to relay the information, and the other 2 rotated forward, rendezvoused with each other, and immediately took this fight. But NB, they still have things to say. 214, going to lose another player as well. They want to take this fight in this blue, holding on here, becoming the gatekeeper, and 214, they have lost 3 members being knocked down. The other player says, okay, sayonara for now. I cannot pick up my teammates. All I can do right now is survive.
But newborns would make sure that these knockdown players will not survive. But at the same time, I guess they're still on the chase. But we switch over right now to Burmese goals. It looks like Ichi is in trouble. Right now going up against GX. Ichi all low, 40% of health. Ichi tries to fight back. Nathan gets 1 player somewhere else. At the same time, Ichi goes up, but immediately knocked back down with the DBS by Sin.
We gotta give it to Sin. I mean, he managed to just juke all of those nades, but they also have another protocol in mind if they decide to go aggressive, which is gonna be met with the DPS to the face. So for them, this is huge. Another big fight happening here right in front of us. RNG, the kings of Sanhok in the previous map, and they are not slowing down. Aggressive as ever. Paradise is just going to be completely obliterated here. Isn't it deja vu on how it happened? Because RNG dropped them early last map and they dropped them again this map as well. So like it or not, Paradise, they're going to have to figure Paradise Esports, they're going to have to figure out a different way to just not meet against this team because they're not winning their fights.
Oh yeah, that's right. It's twice in a row that they met and Paradise did not win against them. But Rangers, they already have 5 eliminations. But now we're going to put focus on the Lion. He arrived onto the compound where, well, there's another team there, so it's going to be a 1v. Wait, what? Did he actually win that?
That's
against
crazy.
Tactical Esports? He actually did! He pulled off a solo clutch! Man, I want to see a replay on that!
Me too, man. Me too. That was insane. I think he knew how to play it, hurt the vehicle, and just kept quiet, just completely blew it off. And just like that, he got 2, completely overtaking the other teams. He's just making the impossible happen right now, which is what we love to see. These solo plays, to see how long you're going to be able to survive. Regardless, right now, NB talked about how aggressive they were, how they will be able to fight earlier, but they're not able to hold on. They're slowly dying off like flies. But for Silent Gamers, they're still aggressive. GX, what are you going to do here?
Yeah, and we also have a GX here with a nade onto them. It came from Miner. One more nade onto Claude. Claude is in trouble. But first, he will focus on to picking out his teammate, popping up that smoke just to give a little bit more protection. The third nade will knock at that 4th nade as well, so he's still fine for now. Should be back up real soon. But now, Newborns will be going up against NX. And here we go. The fight's happening with Z. He has to leave the compound. He's on the outer side right now, navigating around the smoke.
Oh my god.
And here comes the rest of NX. And looks like Newborns will be reborn again in the next round.
Newborns weren't able to hold. They were completely choked. They couldn't go anywhere. They couldn't run. They were surrounded from all corners here. And for NX, I had a bit of concern of them trying to breach the compound, but they have different ways of dealing with it. They had a late rotation coming in from Super Loki. They didn't need him in the end, but making sure that your backs were completely covered and also having that extra layer in terms of firepower is massive, and that landed them that W.
And that's Osjar on screen. Unfortunately, 2 players knocked down. Top will be taken out by Lion from 2-1-4. The final player of 2-1-4, still bringing the frags for the team. On the other side, we have Duktiko here. And he got Jatra. And he'll be able to pick up this point for free. That's going to be the first point for Osjar. Can you believe it? Up to now, only 1 point for this round for Osjar.
Kind of surprising, honestly, especially with their track record, right? But I have to say, for Austria, Dogdiko just now, he was the first player to be knocked out of, Austria, wasn't able to survive. I mean, he's slowly making his way back into the game. Perhaps a slow cook is what Austria is. But it was a very, very, I would say, risky play just now to come out off from behind that tree, get that pick off, and hide again, because he could have died there because the rest of the team had their barrels pointed straight toward him.
But Austria, they're recovering though. 3 players back up, and they want to take this fight against Nexus Vanguards, who's playing on the inner side of the circle in the middle of the Yasnaya field. But Jane is taking damage from the side. He actually came from Gospel for Burmese goals.
Such an open area as well. You only have cover from the front side. I don't think Jane can hold on for some time anymore here. But Burmese goals, despite losing 2 members, they're still fighting back. They're still managing to get their first point in. They're trying to go for survivability, but they're still not counting out all the fights they can get, stealing away any points they can get here. As Ozja, they're struggling here. That late rotation is becoming, the bane of their existence right now, because they are being gatekept from going into that circle in the northern side of Yasnaya. It's a big field here. It's out there in the open, and they're slowly running out of members.
But they'll be slowly running out of space right now because circle hard shift towards the northern side. Good amount of teams actually in this circle, but we also have other teams on the outside, especially on the south. So teams within the circle, it's all about being chilling right now. Evaluating their next move. They still have the time. But for Loki from the side, he tries to get Osja, tries to get the flank in. Nang X will get Superboy instead. And the recovery will happen inside the building, so he should be able to be back up soon.
That's a situation where I was supposed to kill you, but I didn't get him in the end here. But RNG this time in trouble. Silent Gods were just silently waiting for them. RNG completely punished for trying to breach that compound here. 2 members knocked down already here. Numbers not on their side. Needs to be reset and picked up here. But as soon as Jaffe as well as his teammate push into that compound, immediately deleted. What are you gonna do here? Yes, they managed to get the pickup again. Range is all alone on the bottom side here. And the rest of the team are just hunting him down. Miner rushing up forward here, knows exactly where Range is. His teammate will go down at the very least, so 1 point will at least be secured by RNG, but very dangerous predicament to be in.
The hunt is still happening here. They're looking for Range. Find a player for Rangers. The ITL himself. We need to put up a captain's performance. Here comes Miner right in front of Range. Range knows exactly where Miner is at. He's on the other room. A nade on the Miner will not connect, and here is Range dealing the damage on the Miner. A little bit more for Range to get Miner. Miner knows the danger. He jumps back out to the ground floor. Out to safety. He swaps his position with Caps.
You don't want to be isolated in these fights. The CQCs could be dangerous. We've seen these situations where 1v3s, 1v4s even against one player. But he's not done. A lot of free fires, but that reload will eventually be known. And the same could be said about Sin right now, as he's being caught out there in the open. BG unknown. You gotta give it to this guy. Very aggressive, all alone out here in the open, but still trying to steal away some points.
And that's going to be Rankit, the Riz Kid, currently down. But finally, looks like the rest of SG, they found a Range, and this is going to be Rangers eliminated. They go out with 6 elimination points this time. Still pretty decent, but because of the fact that GX and Team Max is still active in this round, who knows? They can come out with enough points to overtake the #1 spot.
Surprise, Austria is still able to hold on there. Right smack dab in the middle of that field. Outside of Yasnaya Poliana, barely any cover. Crunch between 3 teams. They gotta stay prone. They gotta just hide. They can't move. They can't pop up their heads either. Now coming in from here, S69 has managed to just breach the compound where SG were in trouble right now. A lot of footsteps heard. So there's not a lot of space to work with. You're on the top side here. You want to be able to isolate fights here, making sure that you're able to get those shots perfectly landing to be able to come up on top.
But the shot perfectly landed on the Mon Boy. Now Mon Boy is the one that's in trouble. And Skadi is going in to save him. Okay, he managed to reach Mon Boy, but the gunfire is still happening. And both of them just got eliminated. Skadi, he had good intentions, he had good heart. But Burmese Ghost says, good heart will not win you fights in the battleground, and they will take over their points.
Oh yeah, Burmese Goals, they're still shooting. They lost a lot of players very, very early, but they've been really focusing on long-range fights, positioning as well, and they're not really too full to commit. They're just trying to see how many points they're going to be able to come off with, and it's looking great for them despite the big loss they had early. Right now, they've already gotten 4 eliminations as they move here, plus they've able to survive this long as well, so it should really push them somewhat forward as well.
We have MM and Caps here representing SG. And they actually take over this compound, or actually win this fight against S69. Both teams on the outside circle. The zone will close in about 15 more seconds. S69 now managing Team Max at the same time. Team Max, they're also looking for a way to get into the circle, but with S69 shooting them from the side, it's going to be really difficult right now. S69 is going to commit onto SG. Here we go, 2v4.
I'm quite shocked just that was very high risk play from Master Toki, but he had a lot of faith in his teammates here. Uses the nades, uses the mollies to make a bit of space for them, but they're not flushing out any of the members of SG here. Staying very silent in the corner here. Master Rick's trying to find a different angle to play with, and finally it's a tag team between 2 players here. Perfectly done in terms of crossfire as well to give them that first point. There's still another number to worry about. It's Casper top side. That's his perfect knock as well. Steals away a point, and this is working out so well for him. Other members of S69, they're crippled, and they have to find another way to play this well. A lot of util thrown out as well. Caps is on fire. He's all alone as well. He hears the roar and sounds of the vehicles, but it doesn't disturb Caps. He's still putting in the pain, still putting in the bullets, and now it's S69 is running away. We have Flash waiting on the side. Labo in trouble. Labo about to get knocked. No, not enough. But it's gonna be Claude that steals away that pick.
Caps did a bit of a boo-boo there with the molly. We saw that it was caught in 4K. But let's see if any interesting action here can be caught here. The fact that we have Austria Esports rushing in. One more player to go, and they're looking for him inside the building. And Austria will get that elimination onto Nexus Vanguards, taking them out with 5 elimination points.
in trouble right now. Beautiful nade from Max. So Max gonna be able to run away with this as well. Still good for them because they were able to not only steal away the 2 members from that team, but also as 69 as they were in the midst of rotating. So in a way, they had been waiting for the right opportune moment to take advantage of this fight, this long, prolonged fight as well.
And here's Team Max. Welcome to the edge of the circle, but they're not in a comfortable spot yet. They're looking for the next compound to probably siege down. It's only been helped by the members of Sin. Got Cool and WXKX there. Just holding down that compound. That could probably be their next destination. Unless Team Max want to rotate to the left side, that is going to be a different story. But for now, they're probably still holding on to the circle since they have about 20 more seconds before deciding on where exactly they want to go.
Yeah. Right now, Austria, I'm honestly so impressed with Austria right now. We were just commenting about how they were in a very dangerous situation. They were out there in the open. They were crunched by so many different teams. But somehow, in terms of survivability, they're so alive right now. They don't have a lot of cover, a lot of space to work with, but they're still holding on here. But they're gonna have to cross soon here. The only player that's stopping them right now is gonna be BG.
Yeah, and Austria right now, they don't have the circle, so they have to move forward from the north coming in. But we're going to put a bit more focus on the Team Max and Sin at this point. Both sides still having the circle, but very likely Stage 8 will not favor either one of them. So they have to figure out how they're going to deal with each other for now. Sin, they do have a fortress with the compound. But for Team Max, they do have the numbers. If they crash in, it's a 3v2. But they're evaluating their risk right now. When will be the right timing for them to go? Because at this moment, Sin knows that Team Max is here. They are 100% giving their concentration onto Team Max.
So many teams on the southern side as well, like you said just now. But yeah, you are right. They have to make a choice at the very least. They want to have to make sure like how exactly are we going to be navigating these fights? Are we going to commit, go all in here? And as things go right now, Austria, they do have a compound to play with. They just slowly made their way toward the circle as well. But the problem with coming out of the compound is that there is that open area in front of them. How are you going to play this? You have vehicles, you have to cover at the very least. The amount of firepower like what Austria is doing right now is going to be a big problem for your cars. Are going to explode. You have no clue which stray bullet is going to hit you in the head and put in that damage.
Yeah, spraying across onto Team Max, putting pressure onto them. As for Team Max, well, they still have the circle, so not as much pressure as Austria. Right now, zone is starting to close. Same goes for Gen X. They have to get out of this compound. They're not in the circle, but the moment they step out, there will be a lot of crosshairs onto them. As Sin, still looking down at Team Max, waiting for the, but I believe that Team Max won't be making the big moves yet. They'll be waiting for Austria to come in. As Austria, the moment they step in, Nero gets down axe, and Team Max might be the one to secure that elimination point, waiting for the elimination feed to roll. Team Max, they actually got Nero in the process.
It's very well played as well, very patient. They had their eyes on all the teams just moving forward. Anyone that just pops their head in, any side of movement is just complete spray as well, making sure that they're able to just really run away or put in as much damage as they can. Again, for Team Max, they're opportunists. They love waiting for these early fights as well, but it doesn't mean that they're gonna be passive. Nades thrown out already just to put in a bit of damage. Flush GX from their corner, but it's not happening right now. As the circle pulls into this middle side area as well, they still have to find a way to rush up forward here. Open area, barely any cover as well, yeah.
Favors Team Max with Claude, okay, at the side, but they kind of know that Claude was there. They had an idea that somebody was on their left side. If only they have the information that it's only Claude there, they will go for it. And that's exactly what they're doing right now, gathering information. They should be able to see Claude and Claude all alone, phoning down. They should be able to find an angle. They managed to clear out Claude, and now they have the entire left side of the circle for Team Max to play.
So called surgical, very patient, doing your due diligence, making sure that you're gonna be able to take these fights one by one. You don't want to bite off more than you can chew. And Max is that example today. Very patient, waiting for the right time to just breach these fights as well. Sin now, yeah, they have cover to play with. They have a corner as well, but in terms of firepower, they don't have a lot to work with as well. And they also have to worry about that last member, coming up from the northern side as well. Okay, never mind. It's gonna be eliminated finally for eliminations, but Burmese Ghouls, this is a great run for them. Surviving this long with only 2 players from the beginning of the game is massive. Now Sin, they're in trouble here. They're gonna get completely choked right now. Cool out in the open, and there's a high risk play, but he did manage to get that first knockdown. Rushing up, gonna try to take advantage of the situation that Max is gonna have to go for that reset. and his teammate is gonna slowly move out there in the open. Nate's thrown out, but it's not gonna hit its mark.
But you, at least he has a good angle against Cool. Now forcing Cool to put a little bit more attention onto you, allowing Trezzy to be picked up, and he's going to be back up again. Cool will be taken out by you. It's going to be only WXKX now, up against the wall, up against T-Max, a 3v1. And it seems like the final playoffs in, he might not have a good spot here. The zone is just right behind him. He managed to get one knock onto you, but then again, they will reset easily. WXKX, he does not have a vehicle. He has to rush it all alone right now, out in the open. Going up against the T-Max, left, right, center. He will be shot down, and nothing will stop T-Max from claiming chicken dinner number 2.
Oh man, Max, that is impressive how they decide to play that map. We love to see the decision making here. They wanted to go for a reset, but it's just well done how they said, you know what, forget that reset. It's a 2v1. Pop out together. Don't allow us to go into this 1v1s where they're able to come up on top. And that crossfire they had in the end was that cemented that chicken dinner they had for today. Amazing stuff coming from Max. Very surgical. Love to see it.
Yeah, the keyword that you mentioned, surgical. They divided their strategy like, okay, do we want to focus on to Sin? Do we want to focus on to whoever's on the left side or whoever's at the front? And they waited patiently for the circle to decide on what they're going to do next. And that's exactly what they did. They found the best opportunity on the left side. There's a little bit of cover with that hill in that final moment where we saw them play against Sin. And they know that once they conquer that side of the hill with that amount of cover and they've cleared off everyone else, it's going to be an advantage for them to go up against Sin. Even though Sin has that compound, but they didn't really have the circle. They were forced to go out, and that's where Team Max landed the final blow.
Yeah, they were already up there in terms of, I would say, survivability as well, making sure that they're able to pick up their teammates, survive as a 4. And I think that's been a recurring theme for today, if you think about it. Both teams that had the chicken dinners for today both ended as a 4. Now, coming into this one, I love in terms of, yeah, they had the advantage in terms of high ground terrain, but they also had a nice formation coming out. The 2-1 on the top side there, alongside their teammates rushing up a little bit more forward as well, which is really impressive because you have you watching flanks as well as his teammates trying to go for a pickup or providing the cover fire with the crossfire as well. So that's super important. Yes, WKX did try to go a bit more aggressive, just now take up space, but the amount of bodies they had was just not enough. Regardless, we're going to be talking about this later, so let's have a look at the highlights.
And here's the match rankings after not yet 2 games. This is only for that particular match. So in case you're wondering, oh, tabulating the scores and all of that, don't worry, it'll come up next. But right now, we got to celebrate Team Max here, scoring 17 points in this round, followed by Sen, 11 points, and Gen X with 10 points. So that's going to be the double-digit club. But we also have a lot of amazing names up here on page number 1. But on page number 2, only 2 teams that did not score a single point this round is going to be KHI and Paradise. Unfortunately, 0 points for them.
You know what's really exciting? I think we talked about in the beginning of the show how we wanted to see drama and how close it is, right? I think that game was very, very close, given the fact that so many teams were able to score quite a large amount of points. Yeah, like what, 3, 4 teams in the double digits earlier as well, which I think was super exciting. It wasn't like a big gap in terms of score from the first place to second place like we saw in that first match as well. So a lot of teams are starting to find their footing as well. And RNG, this is interesting because we're seeing a lot of teams right now that have 0 placement points, like RNG, NB. They have like 6 points, 5 points, and these are all just straight up from eliminations as well. We're seeing a lot of these 4v4 fights come through as well. We're seeing a lot of pick-off fights as well, and it's also really exciting to see that. Now, Burmese BG especially has really surprised me, given the fact that they lost 2 players very, very early, how aggressive they were as a 2, taking these long-range fights, stealing away kills, keeping an eye out for fights as well from long range and picking away, points, which is something that I would say is quite admirable because they've kept themselves very, very safe throughout the entirety of this map until they eventually fell.
Well, if Burma is going to surprise you, for PBMS, they surprised me. The fact that they only scored 1 point this round, because this is a lineup that is not only experienced, but they also have their own stature and their own achievements as well, especially Monboy, who has a medal at CE Games, and also he has his own achievements as well in the local Filipino scene. But the fact that they only came up with 1 point this round, it's rather difficult. The last we saw them, it was Monboy getting knocked, and another player tried to save him, but both of them got eliminated together. So sometimes I guess it's a evaluation as well of like, you have to leave your teammate if it's unsalvageable, and maybe there's something to reflect on and consider in the following round.
Yeah, it felt like a very interesting situation. Your teammate's down, you're out there in the open. I was really questioning the decision to go for that pickup. I understand it's a very dire, desperate situation, but sometimes you really gotta make a choice, right? And on top of that as well, to add on to your point, I think we saw PBMS a lot in the kill feed in terms of knocks, I believe, but never really securing those elimination points, which I think is such a shame because you're getting so many of these knocks, but you're walking away with nothing, which is just a bit sad to see. Regardless, coming into that, these are our 2 overall rankings for the first 2 maps for today as well, with RNG still very much in the lead, but despite their lead, it's still only a 2-point deficit from Max as well, because Max has done a phenomenal job keeping their team relatively, I would say, active and healthy throughout the entirety of map 2, but still the points are still being collected regardless. So that's what I always like to say. When you are playing this game, you want to make sure that you're not going bombastic one game and quiet for next 2 games here. Consistency is key, and RNG and Max are truly showing us that.
Well, Paradise needs to find a level of consistency because out of 2 matches, they're still at 0 points. Of course, we're going to see them more later on. So there's a lot more opportunity for them to be able to claw back those points. As for this round, our top 4 teams, of course, Team Max, who came out with the chicken dinner with 7 eliminations, 1,374 damage. So that's a lot of work done by them. Sin, we have Generation X, and also Permis goals. But based on the numbers, looks like for Sin, they still managed to score 5 eliminations despite them not able to deal as much damage. But the one that scored a balanced amount of eliminations as well as damage taken is ITER X from Team Max.
Oh man, I mean, when you talk about ITER X here, it's always very fun. I think Team Max, I hate saying this. I feel like I'm just saying this over and over, right? Just in terms of roles, how in terms of play, you're all just pulling your own weight. I think Max has just been doing really well in terms of positioning and playing off each other. You could really tell in terms of communication how seamless it is, how they're moving with each other as well. Going for a pickup and saying, hey, we only have 1 player left, and how immediately they reacted to that. So it's only very fun when you know that a team is just having some great communication going on. So it's something that I want to look out for more from Team Max as well, because there are some situations where you are in a situation where you have to make a decision, and you also want to be able to make a decision quick with your teammates, and they're just not on the same.
Yep. But what we'll definitely be doing is that we'll take a short break, ladies and gentlemen. So we'll come back to you with our 3rd match for today back in Irango. And we're coming back onto Erangel. So this Erangel, yes, it's going to be the same map, but it's going to be different groups. We're going to see Group E making the debut here in this round. And who's in Group E? Okay.
Group E.
Yeah, Group E is going to make their debut. So we're going to see Young Guy, we're going to see a Good Game, we're going to see AF, and we're going to see Goa here coming into PMCL.
Oh yeah, very exciting when you think about it. I mean, Yango Galacticos, I think that was your prediction for today as well, right, Cloud? About what you wanted to see for them coming into this map as well. So, super fun if you think about it coming into this one. Regardless, we're gonna go straight into Erangel one more time, this time with a different group.
Same map, new groups. Different challenge here, ladies and gentlemen, as we head on to Erangel. And looks like we're going to start the flight path here somewhere up north. I see Starbuck Komeshki. Okay, it's on the right side of Yasnaya, cutting across onto the left side of Quarry. So this is a pretty balanced flight path. All the teams should be able to get through their regular drop squad. But because there's a new group introduced, and within that group, there is the reigning champions, Yangon Galacticos. This round is going to be super interesting.
Oh yeah. Now, I think you and I are both very curious about what to expect for this team. Again, this is a very, very old team that has been playing in this scene for quite a long time. They had such an amazing run, a lot of achievements, just like the teams that you mentioned earlier, Sir Cloud. So for you personally, why do you think that Yangon Galacticos is the one, your pick for today?
Well, I mean, reigning champions, they have that on their resume. And then they have two players who previously, even before the last season, from Genesis Esports, multiple championship winning players. And they have even like players like Smile, who to me, up till now, is one of the players who comes up with the chicken dinner of, well, the season or maybe even the decade. I don't know, because it's just so amazing. So with that sort of resume, definitely Younger Galacticos is my pick for the day. So hopefully I'm not disappointed.
It's okay. My pick is not doing so great right now. So, maybe they're a slow cooker. Really hoping I'm not the jinx. Regardless, coming into this one, I think that, I look at RNG, I am super excited. I mean, to be fair, I haven't really seen a lot of them coming into my career, but they have been really surprising me today in terms of how they play, in terms of consistency, and it's their second Erangel, so they're definitely more acquainted with this map, that's for sure. Yeah, you have a little bit of a change there with the roster, but regardless, the rest of the teams are still very similar.
Yeah, so some similarity sometimes is needed, right? Like you got to keep some level of consistency by keeping the team together. Like if you overly change, sometimes it kind of affects the team. So sometimes it's not a bad thing to like remain the same roster as well. But that has to be, of course, translated. No matter what, has to be translated into the performance, into the game. And looking over at the overalls. So far for Rangers, since Harame Bros days, they have not changed their lineup. Or the last time we saw them with the Harame Bros branding, that is, they have not changed their lineup. They still retain the same lineup. And look what's happening to them. So far, they are still doing very well at number 1.
Oh, yeah. Very cool. I mean, again, it's not... Again, we wanted drama. We wanted to see close, close points. We're getting that. Only a 2-point deficit from these two teams. And again, Austria is a very interesting one to me. I feel like the last 2 maps, I wouldn't say they're the most aggressive, but they have protocols in terms of survivability, how they want to play. Granted, like, okay, we're stuck here, we're out here in the open. If we move, we die. What do we do? Let's just survive. And I think a lot of the points that Austria has been managing to collect has mostly been from having these many different playbook pages on how exactly they want to play their game in terms of side quests, how aggressive do you want to be, what's our position, how are we going to survive.
Yeah, and so far, Austria, they're doing okay, right? We haven't seen the most explosive performance by Austria, but I can totally understand as well, because this Austria lineup is it's almost a revamp from the last time we saw Austria in the PMCL. The last time we saw Austria in the PMCL, they had a player called Red Bull, And right now, he's obviously playing in the PMSL underneath a Thailand organization called Face Clan.
Yeah.
I guess, yeah, everyone would probably know that. But yeah, without like a prominent player like Red Bull, who did very well for Austria. So this is a different feel of Austria this time for the PMCL. But are they doing okay? Well, I mean, with 16 points after 2 games, they're still not too bad. And at this stage, because we are still at the group stage, it's all about getting into the grand finals. And then that's where they need to bring out the best of themselves to chase for that number 1 spot and also the slot to the EWC, or also known as the PMWC. So whatever happens at this stage, as long as you're still in the top 16, you're still fine. But not like Austria is doing bad. They're still doing all right.
Yeah. I mean, Austria, I believe, I mean, if we look at track records with or without Red Bull, they're a little bit, I would say, a slow cooker team. They take them time to really figure things out. Sometimes it kind of like scares me a little bit on how long it takes for them to warm up. But once they do, they're definitely one of those teams that, you know, if they're on point, they're super on point. They are explosive as heck. That's what makes watching them so fun. But at the same time, there's also that double-edged sword, because once they have lost the plot, that's where things go very, very wrong. But so far today, I've seen a little bit more balance from them instead of an all in and all out moment, at least for the last 2 maps. So at the very least, it's looking, they're starting to find that balance, that chemistry, and filling in the big shoes left behind by Red Bull. I think that's super important as well. And it's always, you know, very difficult for a team to really adjust when you have lost your best player, you know, backpacking, carrying you around, and pulling you out of very nasty situations.
Apologies, had to clear my pipe. But for Red Bull, with the fact that he has been performing well in the PMCL with Austria, honestly, with the kind of performance from an individual player, I wouldn't be surprised that if like a major organization like FaZe Clan eventually will pick him up. And
Yeah.
now that he is together with them, of course, they'll be starting their PMSL campaign in a couple more weeks. So yeah, it will be interesting to see if he's still able to put in a good performance. Of course, last season when he played with Austria, Thailand, that is, he was still able to put up a good show. So with FaZe Clan, I'm sure there will be a lot of fans all across hoping for him to be able to keep up to the pace, especially when you represent such a big name like FaZe Clan. But for this new Austria lineup, of course, there's still like experienced players within it. I mean, you still have like Renzer, you still have Nug X, you still have Top within it, you still have Fern X, who they have experience playing the PMCL. So it's not like a fresh, brand new lineup within Austria. With this balanced lineup, hopefully they'll be able to come up with something big. But for other teams here that we can see on screen, Nutty was a bit naughty there. But we have Rangers against Burmese Goals.
Yeah, very aggressive right now, and Range is gonna be punished for the aggression here. Burmese Goals are very in their defensive situation, just kind of turtle shelling and just waiting for RNG to fall into their trap. It's like bugs just walking into their web, right? Spiders just completely devouring, and they were able to run away with 2 members from RNG, which is massive and should slow down RNG in terms of their lead. Regardless, when we look at the circle, it's a very northern side circle. A lot of teams are going to be fighting from the southern side, especially just now. We saw these fights coming in from Rozhok. You know, they're trying to cross the bridge. They're trying to make sure they can go up to Severny there. So that is where things are going to start to get haywire.
It's just too bad for Rangers, right? I guess they were doing his scouting work and they wanted to take that high ground where Burmese Ghost was last seen. And so happened, they sent 2 players. They kind of committed to it. They probably didn't have enough information, and Burmese Ghost just took advantage of it. And 2 players down for Rangers. With 2 players, it's going to be pretty difficult for them to score big this round, and that puts them at risk of Team Max or even Burmese Ghost or even Austria or maybe even Sin to overtake them at that number 1 spot. But even if that happens, still, for the fans of Rangers, it's not the end of the world. We still have a lot more rounds to go, so that's fine. But now we're going to check out the circle, and it goes towards shooting a range, one of my favorite areas in the northern side.
Oh yeah. I think when we look at this one, I think with the new another group playing as well, right? I think it's just really slowed down the pace just a little bit because there is that uncertainty. You don't really want to go too aggressive, you don't want to overextend, but you also want to make sure that you're able to survive in the end, especially when teams like Yangon Galacticos who have quite an impressive track record, as you said just now. Coming into this game, you want to make sure that you're able to survive as a team. Now, interesting enough, when you look at some of these teams as well, I look at AF coming in playing as well. They're coming in at 0 at GGG, at YG as well. It's a fresh slate for you. You haven't played yet. It's a little bit more of I would say this is our time to really just get hot a little bit more, understand these teams. So for them, yeah, other teams are just surprised about them, but they also have no clue what to expect. Yeah, of course they'll be watching the game from earlier, but at the same time, you have no clue if your strats are going to be fitting into this game because you haven't played anything yet.
Well, at least the good news for them, starting off the campaign, is that they get to watch whatever happened earlier on, and now they can try to adapt to the situation. But speaking about adapting, looks like PG, one of the players not able to adapt. Lazy Boy will go out fast of Team Max. And let's not forget, PG, after 2 rounds, they have still yet to score a single point.
Oh, yeah.
This round, they have to try to get it off the mark.
They really need to, and just now there was 2 rounds in a row dropping to RNG, and now they're dropping down to Max. They haven't been able to find that secret sauce to really figure out how exactly are they going to be surviving earlier into the game. I think for them, their survivability is maybe toward the mid side of the game. Is not enough to really give them those points if you're getting knocked out early without any elimination points. But the same thing could be said about about so many other teams as well. I think for AF, I think in terms of rotations right now, the circle, this is a very rough circle. It went all the way up north just now, and now it's ping-ponging all the way to the left side. So a lot of teams who are on the right side, they're gonna be in trouble. But thankfully enough, the only 2 teams outside is Goa as well as TTQ, and they're just slowly making their way into the circle from Hospital side. And Hospital side, there is a choke there, so I wouldn't be surprised if more fights are gonna be happening from there because there is a team that just came down from Potato Hill.
Yeah, both teams clearly taking the time because they're still spending time in the blue. But at stage 2, that's still absolutely fine. You can still tank out the blue, and you would have decent amount of healing utilities. Bandages should be still enough, so I wouldn't be too worried about Type Quick Esports and also aggressive fights here so far. Of course, between these 2 teams, it is the first round for aggressive fights, so they're feeling the ground at the same time. But Pretzel from BBMS just got gunned down from afar. Any potential follow-up? Not yet. Perhaps everyone's just waiting for the circle to shift again. So we'll go up to the high ground of shooting range. Looks like it's going to go towards the left side shooting range, which has a decent amount of high ground. 214 in one of the best areas possible in the circle.
I have to say, Yangon Galacticos and 214 dropped at the northern side here, and they are being severely rewarded for it here. They haven't had to move at all. Now coming in for Silent Gods, very aggressive team, but now they are the ones in trouble here. Yeah, they're the ones trying to gatekeep, but they're taking a lot of damage in that process as well. At the very least, for PBM, they're able to knock down 1 player, trying to make sure that they're able to deny them that reset. And that's the most important thing to do. Perhaps be saying, okay, you're taking too long to reset, you're not biting onto the bait, so securing the point should be priority here, at least for Caps. So 1 point in the bag, and just the beginning of many more for SG, looking at their performance today.
Yeah, Silent Gods Esports. Definitely not silent there as they scored their first elimination point, so that's pretty nice. While retaining all 4 of their players, it was a long-range knock and also elimination. So that's okay for them. But for Osja, looks like it's only Top and Jane, the 2 players. But we're coming back onto Silent Gods Esports. Looks like Caps is now on the ground. PBMS right in front of them, and Raimon is trying to go in for a flank to try to sniff out the other members of Silent Gods Esports.
I don't think they're aware as well about his positioning here. He could be, coming in for the most insane flank in the world, might be able to run away with 2, but the same could be said about RNG. They had lost 2 players early, mid-rotation, gonna run into GG, and they have no clue what to expect from this team. This is a team that just came into this game. GG here, they did take some chip damage, but it's not enough to really say that they're in trouble at all, because a lot of teams, especially BG, they don't really want to take this fight early, at least not this early as well. They're just trying to hold on to their area for the time being here.
And speaking about GG, now we have them on screen, making their debut this round, playing by the edge of the circle. Looks like they're going to play it a little bit more safer, or maybe they have the idea of trying to block teams from coming in, and that's absolutely fine. It allows them the opportunity to farm eliminations if any team were to cross by. But we're back onto the area of shooting range. Here we have Silence God Esports. Right in front of them is going to be a member of Nexus Vanguards, also just across this hill. But they seem to have no idea that he's there.
Oh, he's gonna show his face, show his hand, but not gonna find dividends from that. So, like it or not, you're gonna have to move away and reposition here. You're all alone. You're so separated from your teammates as well. But the blue zone is rushing. You need to come through as well here. His teammate is gonna rush into his, I think, a safer car. You don't want to be on the buggy this very early as well. So they're gonna go a little bit more aggressive, just rush through into that circle where I believe Silent Gods is around here. Could spell death for them, but the same could be said here. Sin toe-to-toe at 2 and 4.
Oh, send on 214. Here we go. And Rankit goes down. And it looks like Emas and Cool is on the other side. They're in the same building with 214. 214, they're trying to clear off Sin. And Worm takes a lot of damage from the back. He has to find an angle to save himself. And so far, it is 214 actually winning that fight nice and clean. All 4 their players will be back up.
2 and 4 was very patient there, just focusing more on positioning and, just completely punishing the team for just going a little bit more aggressive and trying to take away that compound. And that is how you hold. But the same could be said about PG this time around. It's just been so unfortunate for these Paradise Esports. They haven't been able to find dividends. They're just getting picked off one by one here. No eliminations as well, which means that they're not going to be moving at all from the bottom side, despite the fact that we have a whole new, group just joining into the fray here as well. So nothing for them at the same time. But OF here, this is massive. Because TTQ was the team that was in trouble. And we talked about a little bit about TTQ's rotation, and they were just holding.
Oh, MM with a beautiful nade onto Peter, not Parker. On the other side, knocking him down, and surely he will claim this point for himself. Going in just to make sure. But MM being shot at from the other side, gotta be extra careful. Lucky enough for him, the smoke is still active. But nevertheless, the point will still go to... Oh, wait a second. It's Team Max actually stealing that point away.
It's just been so, I would say, surgical from Team Max, right? It's just been them being opportunistic, waiting for the right time between these two fights as well, stealing away kills. And that's just been their style for the last 2 maps here. AFF, this is their debut game into here, but now they're in trouble. Silent Gods has been phenomenal when it comes to how they play. It's very patient, it's very gatekeepy, but aggression still very much there. But like it or not, Max has been phenomenal in stealing kills. They've got another pick-off in their bag, stealing another one away from Silent Gods, and there's nothing they can do about it. And it must be so frustrating because right now you're out here in the open, people are shooting toward you, and Max has a lot of advantage in terms of space, in terms of high ground, in terms of cover as well.
It's just so annoying for all these teams on the lower ground because Team Max, they have this high ground overlooking all of them. Putting pressure onto every team, trying to steal away elimination points at the same time. And so far, Team Max managed to score 6 elimination points, looking for more. Now, some of these teams just by the edge of the circle, but very likely when we hit stage number 5, they will not be in the circle no more.
No. By Silent Gods, they have another plan in mind here. Just stay quiet. Scope in, make sure to mark our enemies and try to steal away some kills. And that's important, I feel, because then you're trying to make sure that you have an objective how to play. But I think for Max, they have a different idea. They know that Silent Gods were close here. It's all about trying to scout them out and being able to pick them off. Not too sure. I'm pretty sure that Trezzy has actually managed to spot out the member of SG just now. And as soon as another team just pops their head, at least his teammate is able to just scout around in safety because you have you providing that cover fire.
Oh, and within the circle, look at the amount of teams now playing by the edge of it. Everyone's trying to cancel each other from coming in. While AF, they're finding it really difficult to move forward. But 15 more seconds before we see the zone will close, and that will be the biggest challenge for them in this round so far. 10 more seconds to go. Everyone's just praying that the circle somehow miraculously pulls towards the right side where all these teams are at. Every team pretty much has their own side. And yes, wow! Priya's answer circle actually hard shifts towards the right.
Yeah, I was a bit concerned just now because if they did move toward the central side or even the left side, all the players are going to be corralled straight into the guns of Max. But the rest of the teams here are going to have to rotate. Another team that's still outside the circle is Goa. But Goa, I think for them, they have a nice terrain to work with as well. They do have to worry about incoming teams inside of the area. But it's not that they're in a disadvantage. They can still fight their way into the circle. It's still very much winnable for them.
And here comes Goa. They want to clear off their sights before going into the circle. So many teams here that we can see on the left side. On the other side of the circle, we have Goa now. Looking down at 214. And they will get Kree in the process. Try to secure the elimination point. Now we have Goa coming in. We see one. He's way down. On the 214, putting pressure onto them. 214. Now they know that on top of this hill, there's Goa waiting. Super duper difficult for 214 to get out of this sticky situation.
214 just now were the team that was inside of the circle. They had a lot of positioning, but unfortunately for them, because of their late rotations, they're going to be severely punished here. PBMS will be able to get a point for themselves at the very least here, so that's also something very exciting. Now, Austria, this is a very quiet start for them, a little bit more different, but now they're in trouble in the midst of rotations. A lot of pressure coming toward them, but it doesn't seem that they want to even, fight back. They're just trying to make sure they can get the things that they want to get.
And here comes the spray from the lower ground. And looks like Nexus Vanguard, they're looking for elimination points for themselves. So far, they managed to get one, but beautiful spray here by Super Loki and his teammate. They almost got an opponent down from 214. That was a really, really close one. They're playing the gatekeeping role right now. Just look at their position within the northern side of the circle. They can still block another team from coming in.
Exciting stuff here, Burmese goals. Very aggressive as well, very patient. Still the same strat played, and it's still paying dividends. 214 at the very least. Lion able to get into the circle for the time being. At the very least, manage to slip away from Burmese goals. Now, Goa find themselves toe-to-toe with BG. Now, this is a super interesting one because as soon as BG come into the circle, Burmese goals pop their heads, and suddenly you can see the rest of Goa immediately pushed back out of that circle.
Here comes Team Max as you shows up, getting a knockdown to Marnat from Yangon Radicals, looking for the other members of Yangon Radicals. And here's the nade set across onto Seikla. Seikla takes a bit of damage as you is still putting pressure on them, but you being shot at from afar. Now Team Max, they have to manage other teams as well at the same time, and you will need to recover himself. Marnat will need Seikla to pick him up.
In trouble right now. Trezzy stolen away from a member of SG as well. So SG, despite having a player disadvantage, still waiting for the right possible time to steal away points here. What Max has done to them, they do back as well. As Romeo, rendered very low, surviving by the skin of his teeth. His teammates dwindle down in numbers one by one here, as well as Max. They're gonna have to move all the way back here. They still have 3-on-3 regardless. Yangon Galacticos has to go for that reset. They do. So moving back here, hiding behind a tree at the very least. The fight's not over. They decide to change, but Max decides to say, let's just retreat for now.
Wow, and Yangon Radicals, they managed to recover as a 4, but they're not out of it yet. That T-Max is there. Choronai knocked down by Seikla. That could be their opening to go in, as you will be taken out as well. This is the former Yangon Radicals, ladies and gentlemen, showing their stuff against T-Max, as T-Max gets eliminated at number 10 with 8 elimination points.
It's actually insane when you think about it, because Max had a lot of advantage compared to Yangon Galacticos, the high ground as well. But for Yangon Galacticos, despite, Marnat being knocked down already, they have an idea on how to navigate the terrain, keeping Marnat alive, going a bit more aggressive, but still keeping that space away. And like it or not, Silent Gods has really helped them in terms of their positioning, stealing away that point away from them as well. Really gave them an edge over the other team. So that's massive. It's huge for them as well. Yangon Galacticos, this is a great statement opening fight for them as well.
It's their first game, and they already scored like 5 eliminations so far with 3 players still intact. So we can expect more from Yangon Radicals. We're going to shift our attention now onto the left side where Goa is now going in. Burmese Ghost will try to stop them. Sprayed down by Burmese Ghost. It's going to be Oscar top. You get Clay Jr. and he will be down on the ground right now, eliminated by Top. At the same time, Yangon Radicals forcing their way into the middle of the circle. Goa managed to make their way through. But as Yangon Radicals wanted to go up to the high ground, Romeo gets knocked out by Osao.
Gotta give it to them as well. Yangon Galacticos, they just taking too long to reset, taking too long to reconvene, and other teams just quickly filling up the space that's left behind from Max as well. But Goa's not done. Goa's still holding on to that area as well. But Marnat, gotta say, he's very sharp, very perceptive. Knows exactly where NX is gonna be. This guy's got patterns in his own hands here. 1v2, but he's not scared at all. He's out there open, just flying crazy into those smokes. He's not done. Puts a lot of damage into the teams and players, eats a lot of damage in exchange as well. Now, because he's solo, forced to move back, take his time. Yangon Galacticos still very much alive, still very much healthy, but it's a tag team here as well as PBMS decide to join in the fight as well on the other end.
Oh, a lot of teams clumped up here on the left side. And Osao goes down. He does have his teammate together with him though. Is Joji going to go for it? Osal is crawling towards Joji. He pops up that smoke. He should be able to save his teammate, but can't say the same for Super Loki, as Super Loki just got naded down. Almost eliminated. He's still alive though. He can still be picked up.
Romeo is back in the game as well. In terms of firepower, YG looks terrifying right now despite only playing as a 3 here. Gotta give it to them because individual brilliance is what Yango Galacticos has as well. You have Marnet just going aggressive on one end, the rest of his teammates playing together as well as in tag team here. And NX, look at the amount of space they have. Basically zero. The only cover they have is that car. The rest, a low ground to play with. PBMS decides to take up space as well on the other end. Yango Galacticos as well as Goa close by. I don't know how they're going to be getting out of this alive here.
And for PBMS, 2 players left. But look at Raimon. He's already at 6 eliminated points by himself. That's so far the highest number for a single individual player in the PMCL, for the PMCL that is. And now long range spray by Scotty. He's looking for more eliminations for his team. 9 eliminations now for PBMS, and Scotty will spray them down, eliminating Nexus Vanguard.
Nexus, it's a very dire situation for them. They didn't have space to work with as well, so this outcome is to be expected here. Yango Galacticos has a high ground to play with, but not the circle. Still has to worry about trying to go through here because Goa, I have to say, their aggressive style play, aggressively just kind of brute forcing their way into the circle is paying dividends. They have a nice air to play with on the high ground as well. So if any team tries to crunch them, they have an idea where they want to push as well.
And here is the circle again. Shifted. Only 5 teams left in this circle. We got Burmese Ghost, PBMS, Goa, Yango Galacticos, and GG within the circle. It's going to be anyone's game right now to score the chicken dinner. Pretty much everyone has their own corner, but Goa, interestingly, in the middle. They're very close with the members of Yango Galacticos, but because they have a little bit of elevation together with the Shack, so they don't have a good clear shot onto Goa just yet. But the 2 teams at the northern side will be fighting with each other. We have PBMS and Yango Galacticos.
PMS and Yango Galacticos need to fight themselves to be able to even get into the circle. This is a very long, drawn-out fight here. PBMS being so great at being alive right now. And Raimon, he has 8 eliminations just to his name all alone here. We talked about how rough it is for them to lose 2 members very, very early. It doesn't look very good, but they are surprisingly doing a great job at surviving as a duo, keeping themselves quite safe, keeping themselves fairly hidden, and hoping to be able to isolate some fights, steal away kills, cripple down the numbers of Yango Galacticos, and completely overwhelm in the end.
And here comes Yango Galacticos into the circle. And Raimon is at the flanking position. Could potentially surprise Yango Galacticos, but he don't have a good clear shot. Anyway, Yango Galacticos, they're going to put focus on the shack where Goa is at. Sends a nade across, not able to clip them down yet. Yango Galacticos timing their run. Another nade onto Goa, but a little bit too short, and that's a stun grenade. So that won't stun Goa for now, but this nade could land on the inside. Very, very close.
Very, very close. But Monarch Boy is going to take advantage of the cacophony of that noise as well, take a little bit more space, get a little bit more close. Some pre-fires to come around, but the thing about Goa is that they have no clue where exactly Monarch Boy is, so they have to wait here for the time being. Vehicle come close as well to give a bit of cover as well. They could completely overwhelm. They want to! Oh, that is the most perfect nade I've seen today! We'll eliminate 1 team there, so Yango Galacticos all the way up here in top 4 in their debut game.
And guess who it came from? It came from Smile! My personal Mr. MVP, putting up a good nade there to open up his account as well. And now, the fight will continue on as the circle shifted. You can see the teams getting close by each other as Raimon gets a run over by Master Smile himself.
Yango Galacticos are just playing this so patiently. They have an idea on who exactly to hit first, and they are playing this, knocking on doors like the Grim Reaper 1 by 1. But don't count out the other teams yet, because the Ghouls Yatka, great opening onto a member of Yango Galacticos, potentially just crippling them in terms of numbers right now, leaving them to only 1 player left alive. Eventually it will fall down. Monarch Boy alone, dangerous predicament to be in. The nade will eventually just go past him in the end, keeping very quiet, but he's not going to be surviving for a lot longer here. His heart possibly beating loudly in his chest.
And 1 more nade, but looks like it was sent a little bit too far there. Definitely will not connect on the Monarch Boy at all, but Yakka is prepared with his own nade. This nade could land, but still a nowhere shot. Oh man, Monarch It feels like he has to force the
No
him, and now
way.
Murder will fire back to Yaka. Oh man, Yaka, right with Lando stays now. Murder will take him down.
God.
Murder finally goes down to the hands of Gosby, but still able to secure that one elimination point before he went down, and that's going to be Gosby against the world, and the world is going to be good game. JJ with the chicken dinner on their debut match.
Chicken Dinner on their debut match, very, very silent as well. Held down the southern side of the circle for quite a long time. Did not want to take fights, did not want to fight, did not want to, start anything. Didn't even try to steal away kills and points. It's all about survivability. It's all about staying up as a 4 and just focusing on that last fight that when it mattered the most. So GG's to you. Great opening match for them in their debut as well. But Yangon Galacticos, you gotta, give them props because they were aggressive the entire game. 10 eliminations before going down eventually. That is a terrifying thing to see.
Wow, absolutely right. I mean, coming in from the reigning champions of the PMCL, I'm sure the fans would expect them to put on that kind of performance. But it is not about how you start, it is about how you end. But we're not going to take away the spotlight from GG as well, ladies and gentlemen. With a great performance shown by them, they scored 4 eliminations in total this round, 3 for Shout, 1 for Boy Sean, and the rest of them played a significant role, especially Luki, putting up 800 plus stats. No eliminations, but that's fine. He did a lot of work for the team for them to score these 4 eliminations.
It's really important as well to know, when you put in that damage but not eliminations, it's also really important to know that these type of, I would say, style plays just cripple other teams, gives your teammates a chance to go and just clean up house. And I think if I remember correctly, looking at Shroud here, who wanted to be the Shroud of Southeast Asia, he's always been that one player that's just been great at cleaning up houses. Possibly how he's managed to get those knockdowns as well as eliminations as well, with the support coming in from players like Luki. At the same time, for players like GG right now, again, we talked about how they didn't really want to go all into these fights. I wouldn't be surprised if all this damage coming from Luki was just him, crippling down players, but not fully wanting to commit to these fights, which kind of resulted in this style of play and stats as well.
Yeah, so this is just their opening game. Expect more from GG, as these players, they are very, very experienced. They have represented their country as well at international stages, at SEA Games, so they definitely know what they're doing. Might not be the most sexiest of eliminations, but again, it's not about how you start, it's about how you end. And scoring a chicken dinner, definitely can't complain about that. So it's nice to see these players still having the strats, still having the prowess to score this chicken dinner, and they have a new inclusion of Luki in the lineup, so it's great to see them be able to live up to expectations. Let's check out some of the best moments here from this highlight.
Here we are looking at the match rankings right now. At that particular game, it was a very, very close one. Yangon Galacticos managing to steal away that top spot from GG just by being able to run away with 10 eliminations. 5 placement points, no problem, because for them, their main quest has always been about the elimination points.
Well, who needs chicken dinners if you're able to score the most points in the round, right? So Yangon Galacticos still showing, hey, we can still do it. Don't forget about us. But of course, credit given to GG. They're still able to score the chicken dinner, so that's 14 points for them. Burmese goals still doing pretty nice, 14 points as well. And PBMS, this is a rise for them. 9 eliminations collected, 13 points in total. With so many double digits up here at top 1, 2, 3, 4, expect that on page number 2, when we flip over, there will be a good amount of teams that maybe did not get away with this round with that maybe not able to score any points in this round. Yeah, so we have 3 teams to be exact.
Quite surprised at the outcome. PG, Sin, and RNG. Sin and RNG, in particular, I'm quite surprised at the outcome as well, because Sin and RNG has always been a little bit more aggressive. It's all about those fights, but I guess in this situation they weren't able to secure those kills. RNG especially were caught in the mid of the rotation. They weren't able to stay as a team as a 4, and I think for them, staying as a 4 is their strength. But right now, Sin as well could be set off the same as they were kind of reached a little bit early toward the game as well. Now, interesting enough, when you look at the amount of teams at the top side there in terms of scoring and points, not only is it very, very close, but I have to say it was very, very competitive in terms of how each team tried to survive and play off that area. I have to say it is a very hard circle, with the aggressive northern side circle and ping pong toward the left side is not the easiest circle to navigate into. So it's kind of like forced a lot of teams to take these fights, but at the same time, teams that are already there in the circle, in the prime location, and great at holding down the line where they are the teams that are able to come up on top. So teams like 2 and 4, yeah, early on in the game they were able to get prime location, but the late rotations are heavily punished by those that are gatekeeping.
Yeah, but those were the teams on top. But unfortunately for PG, they're still not able to score a single point after 3 rounds. They definitely need to go back to the drawing board here. And these teams, well, they've drawn very well in this round. Top 4 teams. Young goes with 10 eliminations. GG with the chicken dinner, 4 eliminations. And we got Burmese goes with 8. PBMS with 9 eliminations. And if we were to look at the numbers here, well, all of them were very active with their utilities. And our MVP for this round is going to be Shroud from GG.
Again, we talked about how Shroud plays and how much support he gives to his team as well. 3 elims, but the amount of team contribution and survivability time really kind of skewed in his situation. Being able to be there for his team, playing as a 4 is, I think, most important for this team as well, which just lands him that MVP role. Yes, his teammate put in a lot more damage, but for him, it's all about being able to clean up house, and that's exactly how he was able to rush up on top here. But I also really want to talk about how Young Galacticos played as well just now. Yeah, high elimination points coming from them as well, but it felt like they were the final boss on how exactly they played. There were a lot of situations which just seemed unwinnable for them. But you have these stellar plays coming in from players like Marnet Boy or even Smile that really just catches you off guard. You're just like, what the heck happened there? They were supposed to lose, but you have this one guy just being able to just come up in the back with a backstab or an impressive spray, and just everything skewed in their favor. So this is not only a statement game, but also an idea of like what to expect for a lot of teams. So I wouldn't be surprised if they're gonna have, like, I would say, a target on their head as we go throughout the entirety of today.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing about being the top team, right? If you're up there, you're performing, everyone will be like, how does he do that? Maybe we can try to cut them off somewhere, right? So I expect them to be coming soon. But you know what is going to be a challenge for you all? Is to try out this phone. Thank you so much to Techno for being our official sponsor for this season's of PMCL. Techno is powered by the MediaTek Dimensity 8350. The Camel 40 Premier 5G delivers seamless and efficient performance for both everyday tasks and demanding gaming sessions. Plus, with one-tap AI flash snap, you can easily capture sharp and flawless photos with just one tap. So try that one out right now. One tap, perfect snap.
Yeah, it's also so important when you have, like, it depends on your lifestyle, right? You want to be able to have a phone that can, function for your games as well as real life. This is why this phone is really important. This has a nice balance as well for you guys who prioritize playing games like PUBG Mobile, but you still want to be able to snap nice photos, send texts, do your daily things. This is something that you want to be able to invest in. Now, coming into the next one, I think we've done like one Sanok, 2 air angles, which means we have one more air angle to go after this as well. So it might be something that you guys want to look out for, because it's going to be the last one of the day. Regardless, before we go into that one, we have a PUBG Mobile X Shelby collaboration happening right now, where we have the unrivaled power with PUBG Mobile X Shelby. And if you guys want to check it out, you can check it out right now in the game alongside the PUBG Mobile X Attack on Titan collab happening. Because for me personally, again, I love AOT. The anime ended a while back, but seeing this graphic gives me a throwback to the beginning of the season. And it's looking at some of the cast past that's no longer there, making me sad. So it's a great way to relive those moments.
I like how the PUBG man is also animated. But you know what? Before we head on to our second half, we're going to take a short break, ladies and gentlemen. So do not go anywhere because you don't want to miss out on the second half for today in the PMCL.
shall be as a long companion. It will never betray, never turn back. It is unlike anything else in this world. Some people rely on their brothers, some rely on their luck. But relentless few only believe in the steel beast. One day, the fuel tank might run empty. The flame would go out. But there are some ties that even time cannot erase.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the second half of day number 1 in the PUBG Mobile Challengers League Southeast Asia Summer 2025. So in case you just joined us, this is a little bit of a recap that Rangers scored the first chicken dinner, followed by Team Max, and we had GG with the chicken dinner. 3 more maps to go. Tash, how are you feeling about the last 3 maps?
I'm actually very excited. I mean, RNG and Max have shown us a lot of consistency coming into today, but that shuffle of a new group coming in just completely changed every single team's momentum. 2 out of the 3 teams that just debuted from 2 out of the 4, teams that just came into, the fray today have really caught my eye. I'm talking about actually 3 out of the 4 if you think about it. Goa, GG, and YG have been performing great today if you ask me. Just really astounding me. Goa with great brute force going to the circle. GG, great survivability. And Yango Galacticos, they played like a king. There's a reason why they were champions, and they were truly playing like the final boss this entire game.
Yeah, it was only their first match, so more to expect from Yangon Galacticos. But looking over the overall rankings here, so some of the teams have played like 3 matches, some of them only played 2, or some of them only won 1. So it depends on the groups as well. But looking at PG, they have played 3 matches, which is the most that a team can play so far today. But still no points yet. What do you think that PG needs to do to start bringing in the points?
They need you said earlier, they had to go back to the drawing board, really figure out what went wrong. VOD reviews should be very important to see, and I feel like they're not on the same page. PG has been a team that's just been struggling in terms of playing together as a team. They got picked off one by one, and as soon as one player goes down, it felt like they had lost. It felt like they were hitless chickens. They didn't have a direction on what to do, didn't have a fallback plan, so I'm really hoping that tomorrow will be a better day for them. Regardless, we have another 1 more air angle and 2 Miramars, and it's going to be the first Miramars that we're going to be seeing this season.
Oh yeah, we're going to see the first Miramar, but it's not right after this. We're still going to see another Erangel match. And for the next Erangel match, it will be A, C, D, and E. So Group B will be taking a break. That means that Austria, Thailand, Team Max, who actually did very well, they're taking a break as well. Same goes for PBMS and also OF. So these 4 teams, they're not going to play in the next round. Instead, we are going to reintroduce the teams from Group D, KHI, GX, NB, as well as S69 for the final Erangel match today.
It's really exciting when you put it that way, right? The idea that everything could just change. I mean, I thought to myself, okay, it's just another 4 new teams coming into the rotation, replacing the other 4. Could be seen the same thing happening again between RNG and Max. But completely change of pace, change in playstyle as well. Granted, it was a really rough circle, but adaptability is definitely there. So, like you said, Cloud, it's just hard to really determine what to expect from when the team changes are happening every single map. You're always gonna be on your toes. You always have to be in a situation where you're ready to adapt. There's no such thing as being comfortable.
Yeah, just as when it's like, oh, I found this formula against this group in this map, and then all of a sudden the group changes. So this is the challenge that the teams will need to adapt to, right? So every round will be very different, whether it's a different map or a different grouping. So the teams will have to go figure. But we are still going to feature some of the top teams here in this round. So Rangers is still going to play, and for Yangon Galacticos, they're going to play as well. So putting them in the same set of maps. I wouldn't say they're in the same group, but same set of groupings, that is. So it's going to be an exciting round this time. And of course, Rangers, they got to pick themselves up after a rather disappointing Erangel round. Nevertheless, let's head on to Erangel.
This is our final Erangel of the day. We're looking at A, C, D, and E. No B are playing today. No B team here. So, which means no Austria, no Max, no PBMS, and no OF. Which if anything, should, I think, a bit of a sigh of relief for teams that are, always being chewed on by Max in the first 2 maps for today. So at the same time, at the very least, it also is going to be exciting to see who exactly is going to occupy the drop spots that were previously occupied by Group B.
Oh yeah, that's what we're going to see, right? Because we are shuffling the groups. So maybe certain spots might have a clash. We saw a clash earlier in Severny involving two different teams. One of them is S69 and they decided to drop in Severny again. Now, it's not too clear whether there's another team overlapping them or not, but perhaps we'll get to see that later on. And looking at the mini screen, looks like they will be sharing the same area. But this time it's going to be a bit different. They're going to take the fight.
Yeah, this time around they seem a little bit more confident in how they want to take a fight here. It's always very decisive this time around compared to before, how the team were just kind of like in a Mexican standoff. They didn't really want to officially take these fights, but this time around it's all about positioning here. And S69, they're in trouble. GX Coca-Cola here, great opening pick, great fast hits as well with the big guns that he has in mind. Pre-fires from Masatoki, but the rest of GX were already anticipating that.
Yeah, they kind of know because this is not the first time that they actually meet with each other, so they're prepared for it this time. Anyway, for S69, they managed to pick up their teammate. Master Riggs is back up. So now we're back at a Mexican standoff, unless if Labo can get this knockdown onto Sin. And Sin is still in the building on the other side. He knows that he's being watched. But looking away at the circle, looks like it's going to be a kind circle, but this time center around the area of Gaka on the left side. So it's still going to be an okay circle. Back on the Severny, the standoff.
But it's okay, we have another standoff here happening between 214 and Goa as well. Now, these two teams have been I've been keeping my eyes on these two teams here. 214 in terms of survivability, in terms of rotations, very clean on how they go. But Goa is a team that just, I would say, they do very well in high pressure situation. They're great at just brute forcing their way into the circles, taking these fights and surviving, holding on to the air they'll be able to hold on to as well. Now, these two teams, we hear a lot of commotion coming through, but no pure follow-ups here. It's just every time they see someone, this pre-fire is abound here, but no one is willing to make that first move here. So like it or not, it has to be another team to come forward, but the same could be said about these two teams here. Finally, Goa has breached into 214's compound here. A lot of damage coming through. Kree as well as Kree just passing by each other, ran and getting, but Kree somehow manages to run away with the kill.
Nice, from the back that is. And that will be them securing an upper hand against Goa. The rest of Goa, they're still on the outside of the building. As Swarm will get Lion. That's his own teammate there. Not the right time to make a boo-boo.
Very low right now as well. He's runs away 1 kill here. Pre-fire is about to be able to just get off of that with the shotgun. So Lion should be easily picked up here. They did lose 1 player at the very least, but the same could be said about Goa. They all gonna go for a reset. So 1-for-1 trade between these two teams here. Both rendered very low, both in a situation where they're forced to reset. So a bit of silence for the time being.
It's a bit of a standoff here while both teams reset themselves as Clay Jr. will be back up again. And it's 3 players down for Goa. Not making the big moves though. 3v3 still. But we can see that the 2 members of 214, they are not recovering themselves. Perhaps they are out of healing utility. So that's going to be quite a bummer for them.
Yeah, it's still very early. I don't think that both these teams even had the time to properly loot up and prepare for this fight as well. So a lot of advantage in Goa's favor. 214 is just so low. One small sneeze and 2 of them are out. Michi as well, with only half HP left here. They're in a situation where they're stuck on the top side of this building. They can jump up if they want to, but if they do, immediate sprays coming in from Kele Jr. as well as Ngape Yao means that they're gone. They have to wait.
Yeah, so playing the waiting game won't benefit both sides since they don't have the circle. And they have to get to the Gaika area. That means crossing the bridge. But they are really taking their time here. Okay, Clay, now with his last grenade. I don't know where he's going to aim from here, frankly speaking. But I guess he's just getting prepared. But I'm pretty sure he's going to keep it back later on. So we're back to the standoff, ladies and gentlemen. It's a matter of who will make the first move.
I mean, looking at the map as well here, a lot of teams haven't really focused yet on coming into the coming into the circle yet. I mean, the only team that's really smack dab in the middle of the circle right now over on Zrozok is BG. There is a team that is trying to vie for them towards school there. I feel like PG, I don't think that it's wise for them to do that, especially since they're the team that not only have they played a lot of maps today and they haven't gotten a single point. I think for them, for me personally, if I want to see from PG right now, maybe survivability is the answer. Don't take fights, survive, play as a team, and just go for those passive points you can get from just surviving until top 6, top 5 even, if you want to make sure that you're not taking these fights, because in terms of firepower, they're definitely not there quite yet compared to the rest of the teams.
Yeah, and don't meet with Rangers. they don't have a good record against Rangers. So that's another thing to take note of as well.
Oh, here we go.
Clay. Oh, that's a lot of damage into Clay. He does have 10 bandages though to heal back up. So as long as he's not knocked, 214, they don't have the information, so they're still there. But we're back onto Saberni. Here we go. Coca-Cola dragged by Labo.
Labo was waiting for a long time for his head to pop out there. And as you say, patience is virtue, and he will be highly rewarded for him. Great pick off there means that the rest of the team can slowly start to take out space. That's exactly what they're doing here. But GX, as soon as the space has been taken, they decide, okay, let's just retreat, move backwards. We have more buildings on the other end of the town. We don't have to wait for them to come to us. We don't have to wait to get choked here. As 2-1-4, okay, they finally have left the building. They have jumping out one by one, not allowing Goa to quickly choke onto them as well. But they're in a very dangerous situation where they're out there in the open. Again, they're so low right now. The only player that has full life is Michi.
Oh, wow, the elimination fee. Looks like PG is not having a good time while the players knocked. So we will continue to monitor the situation of PG. Noah went out. So that's 3 players left for PG. But in the mid to the base, it's still 2-1-4 and Goa. But at least 2-1-4, they managed to escape the building, so they have a bit more space for them to loot. And I'm now looking over at their utilities. Their bullets are pretty low. Goa pretty much probably in the same situation. So they decided to like, okay, you know what? It's not worth spending our time here in this Mexican standoff. We'll just leave this area.
Yeah, you gotta figure out how to not only leave the area, you have to get to the circle, you have to find vehicles as well if you want to cross. And on top of that as well, because they don't have enough loot, they have to be careful of the idea that there is gonna be a team hanging around, you know, the bridge. You're gonna have to pay the bridge troll eventually, and that's gonna be TTQ.
Well, for Saverni, at least they don't need to worry about the bridge troll that much. But they're still in the standoff here. We can see that on the minimap, the blue is coming towards them, so they have to kind of decide on how they're gonna deal with this one. It does look like GX, they are no longer interested. Seems like their players have left this area. So they're finding an exit at least. But for S69, they're still around the area of Saverni, willing to take out the blue. Hopefully they'll be able to find vehicles the moment they leave Saverni.
About that as well. We're still looking at another 2 teams just so far out into the blue. GG, KHI, and you know, I'm looking at both these teams in particular because they're all the way in the northwestern side and southwestern side of the circle. It's still going to be a ways away for them to rotate. But again, you know, late rotations, especially this early into the game, you're not going to get punished for it, at least not too early as well. Even if you get gate capped, the circle isn't going to hurt too much. It's those later stages that you don't want to get gate capped out of. Now, looking at the circle here, a lot of teams have decided to go play the middle side of the area, but the circle will be pulling toward Pachinki, where a majority of teams have set up base already, RNG, YG, so I can anticipate a very exciting fight coming there already since it's all the giants hanging around there.
Yeah, especially around the area of Pachinki, right, where teams do like having Pachinki because it's in the middle of the map, but, well, none of the teams are actually inside Pachinki now. Now, do you really need to force yourself into Pachinki with this circle? Not really, though. You can still play on the outside. Unless if you really want to get into Pachinki, that's fine. Okay, see team starting to move that area. And W1D1 Radicals happen to bump into Burmese goals, taking 2 players out.
Oh! Look at that. They're gonna shoot back here. Master Ichi ready and waiting for that. So a trade coming through here from these 2 teams. A Smile over the back line, providing a lot of damage in the long range fight here as well, making sure he's going to chunk down a lot of the enemy's HP. But still not enough though, because the rest of the teams here just decided to just take it easy, take their time to go for the reset. But gotta give it to BG in terms of how they want to latch into their prey. They are really persistent.
On the elimination feed, Ranger seems to bump into Young Radicals as well. And from afar, we can see here Jibna tapping away onto Young Radicals. On the other side, they got Romeo and actually Romeo. So 2 teams actually looking at Young Radicals right now. They're being standard.
Just talked about how Yango Galacticos might have a target on their backs, but in this situation, not really a target, but rather positioning will be completely weaponized against them here. Let's see what could be said about Yango Galacticos here coming in from the other end. It's going to be NB that ran into another member here. So Yango Galacticos tried to play it safe, tried to play a 2-1-1 formation here, but they're just getting caught out right, left, and center. There's no sanctuary, no respite for them.
Yeah, just not letting them go, right? So difficult for Young Radicals now that they only have 1 active player. And the spray will continue on onto Young Radicals. Man, from having a good first round. The second round is so difficult right now. EG gets Romeo, he's on the ground, but he should be able to be picked up. But nevertheless, they will continue to put pressure on the young radicals. EG is still not letting go of his former teammates.
Still have some cover in the smoke as well, but NB as well just completely spraying toward every single vehicle. And as they're crossing here, barely surviving that initial situation, but BG also in trouble here. NB are just really surprising me right now in terms of positioning. They're also separated from one another here, but individual brilliance shines right now, putting in the pressure, making sure they're able to take up space here. Yahiko playing that first contact right smack dab in the front here. So it does disable Smile from being able to go for the reset. Romeo is going to have a hard time to be reset here, to be picked up as well. So aggressively, they're going to push through those smokes and eventually going to steal away those pickoffs. So Yangon Galacticos, this is 16th place for them with only one elimination. The Kings have been eliminated from this map, and as well as S69.
Looks like they did not survive the Severny clash earlier on. S69 only managed to collect 1 point this round. As for Burmese goals, after all that, they only have one active player, and that's going to be EG. The rest of them have been eliminated. Unknown will give his life away to Yahiko from NB. So right now, only one player left for Burmese goals. The best they could do is just hold on for positioning points.
It's a very difficult circle as well. I mean, granted, there is water to the southern side, but still, either you're in Pachinki where you can have a little bit of the terrain or the compound, or you play toward the side of terrain on the southern side of Pachinki, and the rest after that is all just open water area. And that's exactly what Goa is trying to capitalize on. Any player, any team trying to swim into the circle, you're going to be caught in the open here, and Clay is like, yeah, you're going to swim? Well, big mistake, I'm here fishing.
I'm surprised that they actually went for the swim, okay? Not too sure what happened. Gotta follow that narrative from the very beginning, but I don't know. Looking at the circle, you don't really need to force a swim, but yeah, I guess they probably had a strategy in mind that that we probably haven't figured out. But it's okay. I mean, what's done is done, and unfortunately 2-1-4 will go out with only 1 point this round, and those points are given to Goa. 4 points collected by Goa, 12 points as of now, somewhere in the middle of the overalls. Not too bad for Goa.
I mean, coming back to what we're talking about in terms of why did they force a swim, I'm suspecting that they were a bit too worried about if there was going to be a team over on bridge, right? You have no clue of whether you can take the fight or not. So they were hoping that it's going to be clear waters coming up forward here. But the thing is, it's right smack dab on the side of the circle. I mean, you should already be anticipating that it's either going to be someone waiting on the other end of the water, or it's going to be on the other side right behind you. In this case, it was right behind you. Getting backstabbed like that is definitely rough. But seems to be said about Sin right now, because they're doing a great job of making sure that no one can reach a compound. They have the mushroom house, they have a few houses in their hands, and GX, it felt like they were corralled from one fight to the next.
Oh, Ichi just got eliminated by Yahiko. That is the end for Burmese goals. Number 12, only 1 point. A lot of big teams actually just got eliminated. Now, one of the top contenders, Rangers, still in the game with a full squad, so let's see what they can come up with the fact that the other big names have been taken out. As for Nexus Vanguard, what a good spot for them to be in. This Pachinki high ground towards the left side. They'll be able to block NB from coming in.
They know NX is there as well, but toward the southern side of the circle here, GG as well as Goa just rushing into the circle area as well. The circle will be pushing more toward that that central side, excuse me, as well. So it is still going to be a long way for these two teams to be able to get to the circle. And GG do what they do best here. GG's, guys, I don't want to take this fight. My priority, getting to the circle.
Yeah, they're like, okay, it's stage 4. It's painful. We might as well just get in. Try to put focus on getting a good position in the circle. That's what they did in the previous round. They brought them the chicken dinner. Looking at the elimination tree, it continues to roll. LGG, the moment they arrive on this high ground, they have company around them.
Forced to take this fight as well. They crunched in between two different areas here. 3-1 formation for one of these teams here. RNG, they want to dominate right now with Luki drawing knockdown already here. Range in trouble, but surprisingly, despite the low HP, he's still courageous. He's still rallying. He's just completely spraying through those smokes, giving so much space for his teammates to be able to just completely obliterate them from the backside here. But Goa, they are going to be just brute forcing their way into the circle, disregarding the fights here, leaving GG to their death.
While Rangers, Jeppy and Co. looks like they continue to rain bullets onto GG. GG, lucky enough for them, they do have the smoke for them to recover. They should be fine. They should be back up really, really soon. But they lost Luki in the process. Nevertheless, 3 players, anything can happen. We have seen multiple times that team scores chicken dinner with only 3 players. Now for KHI, they have a visitor here in the name of Miner. When you mentioned about Goa earlier on, brute forcing themselves in, and unfortunately, they met the demise at number 11.
Unfortunately, number 1 as well here. Our Silent Gods as well. Been very silent at the beginning of the game. I'm surprised about that here, but they decided to change their approach and how exactly they approach this map here. But not going to be silent for long, as it's going to be PG. There we go. First point in the bag. Lucci picked up as well. They're not out of the woods quite yet here. Together on a vehicle, crossing forward as well. Gonna finally make their way, or slowly make their way to that circle. Still have to deal with 3 other members for Silent Gods.
And here's PG. Okay, they're only 2 placements away from starting to collect placement points. But at least they've got their points off the mark. They scored 1 elimination point so far, so that's good news for PG. I guess the extended break is what they needed in order for them to refresh, reset, and review their pods. And so far, so good for PG. Well, not gonna jinx them, because right now they will be facing the challenge of getting the circle while having teams in front of them on the high ground.
SG getting completely, I would say, sandwiched here. PG on the high ground outside the circle. You have KHI in the middle. I believe it was Migs that managed to steal 1 player away, which is from SG. And now Caps as well has been knocked down. So for KHI here, they have a nice little crater to work with, at the very least, a valley, excuse me. And by them is a package as well, so they can go and pick that up if they want to. But honestly, for me, it's Sin that has the best situation right now. They have a terrain to work with. They have right smack dab in that circle here. And PG unrelenting right now. Wants to make up for all of the mistakes they've done earlier here. Being able to steal away SG and take 3 points already in itself is the start for them.
Wow, okay. Might be still early, but we could be looking at the rise of PG here. And so far, so good. They managed to breach the circle, but we'll be seeing the shift of the circle next coming up soon, and it's going to go towards the left side. So PG, they need to move forward, and that team that's in front of them is going to be KHI. On the elimination feed, Davan just got knocked out by Superboy. Looks like GG, they're in trouble.
GG, they tried to do their strat earlier, just surviving, just ignore all these fights, but because of that, turning turning away from the fight is not necessarily the biggest thing you can do here. And now because of that, TTQ is gonna rush forward as well. TTQ will be taking full advantage of this situation, and now GG has been eliminated here.
Unfortunate for them, out after scoring their chicken dinner. This time, they only managed 1 elimination point. 1 point overall, that is. Looks like we're starting to see a bit of a power shift, but of course it's still very early in the week, so numbers will definitely go up and down like a stock market. But for PG, no time for them to go up and down. They have to move forward, and KHI by the rim of the circle waiting for PG.
Very aggressive, a lot of pressure coming in for the team as well. KHI taking full advantage of the fact that they have control of this circle for the time being, at least on the northern side here as well. Waiting and trying to just clear out this area as well. They want to be able to at least deny this space from this team. Now PG, we were just talking about their rise, but now they're still limping here because they don't have a lot of space to work with. The blue zone is slowly coming toward them as well. And they are in a situation where they're just so separated from each other. In terms of numbers, they don't have a lot to work with either, so they will be eliminated here, but still 3 eliminations, 8th place is enough for them for a time being, for the start of their rise.
Yeah, it's better than the rounds before this, so okay for PG. Let's see how they can keep up to the momentum. As now we shift over to Nexus Vanguards going up against NB. They managed to take down 2 players of NB with XZXY on top of that hill behind the tree, and they managed to surprise one of the Superboy went down. He has to go off a clutcher. It's going to be a 1v1 for now. Dancing around the smoke, but behind him, it's KHI having to butt in.
That is insane how he's able to just survive that long juking, but at the same time, they finally get them in the end here. NX looking very great right now, resetting, so being able to survive as a 4 again. This is very, very much needed if they want to be able to pull off a miracle and take out Sin all the way down there to all the way up there in the middle of the circle. But at the very least here, NX and KHI, they're gonna be fighting for this topside area here. But the winner, at least in terms of advantage right now, is NX. They have a nice terrain, the high ground to work with as well. So, but KHI, they're being very smart about how they're moving right now, playing on the side of the terrain.
Yeah, we got smoke still active here, deployed, blinding, time to quick Esports from stopping AF coming into the circle. But nevertheless, because of that smoke, now AF is able to march forward. But they still have to deal with time to quick Esports. They're not letting them go for now. Time to quick Esports deal with the full squad. Escape. Managed to escape that one for now. That is Adizuki. Lobs a nade across. Let's see, will he be able to land on to escape? It explodes. And escape that. But Zuki still got form.
Ooh, that nade perfectly done here. Zuki is gonna just completely obliterate the rest of the team here. AFF, since they start their debut today, they are struggling, and it seems that this team is still recurring for them as well. AFF is not gonna be able to come out of this alive here, will be eliminated with only one elimination, giving so much space away to TTQ. Now for TTQ, the only thing that's stopping them right now is Sin in the middle of the circle.
Oh yeah, and they have a compound to work with. Oh man, that's a very, very good position that they're in right now. And on the northern side, we still have Nexus Vanguards against KHI Esports. KHI 200 players on the other side of the circle will need to come in. But Nexus Vanguards, they won't make it easy for KHI. Nevertheless, they have 2 players within the circle as some marker that they can play around this terrain, blocking the line of sight of Nexus Vanguard.
KHI, very patient with how they want to play this. No clue where exactly the positions of Nexus are. Nexus have a lot of space that they can play with on the northern side here. They have a terrain, they have one player all the way on the back side here just to make sure that if anyone were to cross and backstab, they are going to have a crossfire ready.
And here comes the charge in. Time to quick Esports gathering. They're planning the next move as well. But inside the circle, it's going to be a tough one. Sin with the compound. It's going to be quite hard to bridge. They're clearing the flanks first. They're looking at DHI right now in the warehouse. DHI with the smoke bridge. Waiting for the right time to come up. But because of so many of this process shooting onto them, they're finding it really, really difficult. Okay, so that's Rangers there with Nathan currently down. Bunny will finish him off. And Rangers, only 2 players left. Jimna falls to the ground and will be eliminated. Now left with only Jappy.
Ranger start off the day really, really good. Now Jappy all alone, forced to pull off a miracle and the impossible, but with a lot of pressure coming through in the blue zone as well. What can you do? You want to try and survive, but I think he's all out of utility. Gonna fall here. 1 elimination for them, but 5th place, decent enough. But TTQ, they're aggressive. They want to completely obliterate this compound held by Sid. Gonna try and go about this surgically here. They have to make sure they clear the corners. Don't want to be caught out there with the nades, with the util, as well as the shotguns. But on the other end here is KHI, who has been keeping an eager eye onto them, stealing away kills, putting in the damage as well. And TTQ taking a lot of damage to try to breach into that first compound.
Zuki sealing up. Oh, very low on health right now. They're trying to take over this compound for Sin, but Sin is treating it like a fortress. Nevertheless, one of the players from Sin currently down. This could be the opening for Time to Quick Esports. Charging on the second floor, but Cool is on the left side. Oh, always check your corner, and Cool will punish him for that.
Oh man, Cool. He's just cool as a cucumber there, waiting for the right timing. You never really see him in a situation where he's panicked. Deep breaths as well, quick repositions. Quiet, hiding in those smokes, waiting for the rest of TTQ to push toward him, where he's gonna try and completely overwhelm and overcome here. But the amount of space TTQ has been able to get, despite everything, has not been the most either. You still have to worry about where the other members of Sin are here. The only person inside the same compound of them is Cool.
Alright, Rankid at least got Liquid. Okay, but now Cool is still a 1v2 in the same building. Cool navigating around with the rest of Casey's his target, but Cool knocked out by Zuki. But Zuki needed himself, so I guess he got a little bit panicked there when he saw Cool.
Yeah, lucky for him, Zuki forced to move back and reposition. But it looks like KHI is not the only team that has their eye on this fight as well. NX decides to join the fight as well. You want to try and steal away a pick-off, maybe get a knockdown as well. Liquid on the outside here, somehow managing to stay a little bit more quiet. I don't think Rankid actually spotted him out quite yet here. WKX, beautiful Nicely done as well. Sprays the heck out of CTQ in trouble. Keeping her position up down movement here, but gonna fall down to that shotgun. Not done yet. Suzuki, nice nade forward, but Rankin, oh my god! Decides to play the big balls game, rush up forward, shoot them in the face. Gains them the elimination.
Well, let's see who will come up with a big one here between KHI and also Nexus Vanguard as they will fight for the northern side of the circle. And so far KHI doing so good. They managed to get one, they're looking for the second knockdown and they will get Osal. One more to go behind the tree and KHI will be the kings of the north.
Yeah, Chai has been playing this so well as well. I was a bit concerned because of positioning. They were out there in the open, but the terrain has given them so much value. This team has just been out here keeping an eye out on things, not taking up space they don't have to, and being able to survive as a whole. Now Sin with only Sin with only one member left here, Rankid. Yep, he's the Rankid. He's the kid that's been able to pull off miracles, but against the three, is it a heavy ask is the question.
Well, all Filipino finale here between Sin and also KHI. And they spot Rankid getting away. But down there is going to be Mix waiting for him. He does have his other teammate though behind him, but I guess it's pretty low. But nevertheless, we're going to focus on the Rankid right now. Rankid against Mix. Mix with a Molly in hand. Rankid with an M4. Mix, UMP. Switching around to the Molly. As here comes the Mios. And WXKX is coming in as what spot Rankid. Rankid needs to buy a little bit more time, but KHI will not allow him that time and space as they try to rush in onto him. Kayla! Not done by WXKX. That could be the opening that they're looking for. Now they manage to even up the odds. 2v2.
Teammates there as well, but Rankid, great opening onto to Ikler. It's not done quite yet. Isolating the fights one by one. It is surgical. Has to be precise. 2v2, very winnable. Puts him in a more favorable position. Rankid's alone here. Tries to put in damage onto WOS, finds nothing quite yet. Makes on the top side. Tries to play an off angle, finds nothing.
Rankid still with SFK. This is a very clutchable weapon here that we're talking about. Now circle, both sides pretty equal. Plus Rankid, he could use some help. If the teammate is able to cross the road and join him. He's not willing to take that risk yet. He's playing the support role behind while Rankid holding on the line by himself. Now cooking up this nade. Where is he going to toss it? He's going to toss it behind, but the Mios is currently not there. It will not hit onto the Mios. Lots of utilities into the building, but the Mios is still behind this sniper tower.
Position of WXKX is massive here for Rankid. He's able to see a little bit more further forward. Can give just the information so that Rankid can play that first contact. Rankid, you gotta give it to him. This is a very bold play. He's just dry peeking alone right now. But KHI decides that they don't want to fight this. They have advantage in terms of the circle. Like it or not, Sin is gonna have to push toward them. It's an 8. And a clip. Oh, it's actually just stops there just to give him a bit of space to just rush through. He's gonna try and breach the building, not quite. I'm trying to hope that they're gonna bite the bait, check around to see if Rankid did push forward, but they know.
Yeah, and here comes WSKX. He needs to cross the road. If he's able to do so, then at least they'll be playing a 2v2. Right now, the problem is that Mix could probably see WSKX. That's why he is really threading this carefully at this point. But here comes Rankid again, another utility onto the back, but we're not going to enter the Mios. Yet still,
oh, here we go.
Here comes WSKX, will be down on the ground. Rankid goes down and looks like it is still KHI with the chicken dinner.
KHI, they played that to a T. Knowing their position means that they have full advantage of that. It's Sin that has to push through. It's Sin that has to come and take the fight to them. It's all about that hold. A nice high and low on the top side. Mix being able to see across the road, marking WXKX and Rankid despite his efforts to make the noise, to distract. KHI, they remain steadfast. They remain focused.
Absolutely, absolutely. With KHI, didn't have the best of start to the day, but it is not about how you start. At least they score a chicken dinner, and this could be the start to their overall campaign with a nice standoff there with Sid. It could have gone either way, frankly speaking, but because they held their ground, they were really, really cool. They didn't panic, and they know that the chicken dinner is in the back for them.
Oh man, I have to say that was one of the most intense 2v2s we've seen today as well. But KHI here showing us a different look to them as well, honestly. I mean, coming into this team, when you look at how they've been playing, it's a team that has a lot of experience coming up forward. But in terms of discipline, this team looks like a whole new team.
Oh yeah, just look at the numbers, right? With a whole new team. 12 eliminations for KHI. And of course, they are not new names in the professional scene. Players like the Neos, Mix, Claire, Blanks, they have been around for quite a while right now. And they're showing their experience here, going up against Sin towards the end earlier on. And with 12 eliminations and a chicken dinner, that's 22 points collected by KH. That is a sweet round for them.
Yeah, really, really sweet round. And I have to say, in terms of positioning as well, I was concerned. The northern side that they held was right beside the circle. And I thought to myself, okay, how are you going to get to the circle? There's so many teams right now. Sin was the team that had full advantage. They had the terrain, they had an area they held onto. But KHI was just focused on being able to come up, in the end, being able to go aggressive and just waiting for them to come to them. Regardless, we're going to be talking about more after this highlight.
Well, and here is the match ranking. KHI, 22 points with the chicken dinner. The second place team, Sin, comes in with 15 points. Nexus Vanguards, 13 points. Time to Quick Esports, 11 points. So that's the double-digit club. We still have Rangers here on page number 1, but they only managed to score 4 points. So they might not be able to come back up to that number 1 spot. But too bad for SG, the only team to not score a single point this round. Hopefully they'll be able to come back stronger next.
You know what's really exciting? The fact that in just one round, PG was able to collect, I think, 3-4 points already compared to the rest of the day. Again, this could be the start for them as well. They're looking a lot better in terms of gunfire and firefights. Looking a little bit more confident here too. So this is what I wanted to see. And seeing them on the first page makes me a little bit more excited to see them throughout the entirety of the next of the series here. But coming up here, we're going to be looking at a surpass in terms of points where RNG not able to keep up. 2-point deficit from Max as being able to slowly creep their way up onto the top spot here. And in terms of eliminations, I think both these teams are tied up. It's just more of positioning points that's just been giving priority for these teams.
Yeah, and the priority right now is for PG to get more points. So far, so good in this round. They managed to collect 4 points, which is okay. So at least that gives them a bit more chance for them to climb back up the charts. Don't want to be at either number 20 or basically out of the top 16 because, well, we're looking for the best 16 teams to be the grand final. Our top 4 teams in this round, KHI, Sin, Nexus Vanguards, and Time to Quick Esports, with a lot of eliminations between them if you kind of think about it.
You know what's really exciting about this particular round? The fact that for every single team here has had a very unique experience in terms of their fights in the top 4 as well, how they breached the circle, how they played together as well. TTQ, especially when it felt like, for me personally, in the last few rounds when they want to take these fights, they've been struggling. They weren't able to win their gun round. They get, in the middle of the rotations, they're not able to breach the circle. But this time around, things have changed. So that break kind of really helped them, in my opinion. But MVP this time, we're going to be looking at Demios. And are you surprised at this point, how he played with his friends, survivability-wise, eliminations quite high alongside the damage taken. This team is very interesting. The decision making, how they are playing on the same page as well. Chemistry looks great despite using 2 players very, very early. Sin has done a great job of equalizing, but for them, it's like, okay, when we have 3 players, this is what we're gonna do. When we are equalized to 2v2, this is what we're gonna do. A high-low and making sure that we make them come to us and not the other way around. Don't get isolated, play together as a team. That is the game plan for today. But now we're going to be going into our last 2 maps. It's going to be Miramars after this, our first 2 Miramars of the season. So we are going to be right back after this. More PUBG Mobile.
Well, we're switching up the maps, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be the first Miramar in the PMCL Sea Summer this season. Well, can't wait to see the Dusty Dunes here. What do you think about this map, Tash?
I am excited. It's a big map. It's a map with lots of terrains. It's a map where things just get really, really interesting. Early fights often happen on this map. Well, I hope it does, especially since hot drops are very prone on happening on this map as well. So I think for me personally, give me my Valdemar circle, please.
Oh, Valdemar circle. Okay. I personally like an Impala circle. So if it goes either way, definitely not going to complain because Valdemar is pretty fun as well. I mean, tucked in by the edge there. Lots of high grounds to play with. Let's see what they can come up with here because it's going to be B, C, D, and E in Miramar.
Okay, here we go. First Miramar of this season. I'm super excited. A lot of teams, a lot of players have no clue what to expect. I mean, the only thing I expect is from past, seasons ago, but with the changes in metas, changes in teams, as well as player shuffles, pretty much everyone's in the dark here as the circle coming in to the, let's say, right side of the map, Torre Alhumada, all the way down toward this other side. They're almost at Fortuna. I would say that people going to Monte Nuevo or Ladrilla, it's gonna have a hard time for them.
Yeah, even we are in the dark as well because, well, this is of course the first Miramar with a fresh new grouping. So teams of Group A, they are going to take a break. And that means that Rangers, Sin, 214, and Nexus Vanguard, they're not going to play in this round. Instead, we're going to roll with B, C, D, and E this time. Okay, I'm looking over at water treatment. Seems like two different teams overlapping each other. One of them is Yangu Galacticos. So we're going to keep an eye on that one if it's a possible early clash. Anywhere else, maybe Lost Learners. Though Lost Learners, it can house like up to 3 different teams, but sometimes if you have unwanted neighbors, you don't know what might happen. They might just try to rush in at you. A lot more teams actually dropping on the southern side, it seems, but I'm keeping my eyes still on water treatment. They seem to be landing in the same area.
Okay, northern side as well. A lot of teams in the southern side. So maybe expecting early fights here. Maybe teams would decide, okay, let's just try loot, be able to run away. I mean, I think just a few weeks ago, Cloud, you and I, we saw the early fight happen where this one guy said, you know what, forget the weapons. Let me just punch this guy to death and got away with 1 kill in that situation. So I'm really hoping we get to see that scenario again.
Well, so far, not yet. Okay, maybe we might see that later or maybe in the next Miramar match because we still have one more game to go after this. But at this moment between AF, hang that
there we go!
In Impala, here we go!
That's, wow, melee to death, your baby Spicy lives up to his name. Bringing the spice here early, decide to say, you know what, weapons are for wimps. Let's just melee the heck out of him before, because, you go early, right? You're not able to do anything. The person that has his back open will be the one is at a disadvantage, and Baby Spicy knew that.
After Tash saying that, I want to see Tash playing PUBG Mobile without weapons.
Let's do it!
Because weapons are for wimps.
Hey, let's do it! Let's do it! Oh, Demi-OS will also fall here as well, so we're seeing a lot of damage coming to a KHI here. I have to say, OF starting this game, the team is called On Fire for a reason. They came to Miramar, they felt the heat, and they're like, "Yep, this is our map. This is it."
Luckily, they call On Fire and not only fire. It'll be pretty heaty. Well,
banyak.
At least
dia punya pun hari ni ya. Oh, sorry, it's English broadcast. There's a lot of puns today.
Yeah, I try to keep this PG. No pun intended because we have them on screen. But anyway, we're gonna see AF now against Yaku Galactico. So they didn't really had a good round previously. So this time they have to make a recovery for themselves.
Really do here, but AFF. This is an interesting one because they started today, on the wrong foot. It wasn't like the most dominant of games for them either. I mean, they played 2 maps, only getting 5 points is not the outcome that they want. So I would say that this might be a great start for them getting that first pick off. I don't think they were able to. There we go. Master Smile getting taken out here is huge if you think about it, and also. I would say a way to just really cripple down Younger Galacticos. I think for Younger Galacticos, yes, they are individually brilliant. They are capable of running as a 3, as a 2, all the way to the end. But with limited firepower means that a lot of teams, seeing the kill feed, seeing one player getting knocked down means like it's a bit of relief.
So now, with the relief of all these teams, everyone's going to have a bit of breather to just loot and chill for now and take the best spots possible that they can get themselves into. I see a lot of teams heading for high grounds, and that's quite natural inside of a Miramar match, right? Like you keep yourself with the high ground advantage against others, especially when you have the opportunity to go up to these hilltops while other teams are still looting and still traveling. Gain the best access, be at the best spot, and keep yourself there for as long as possible. Of course, it depends on the circle, but as long as you have the circle, you have the high ground, you always have an advantage in Miramar.
I mean, Circle's northern side as well, so for a lot of teams here, I think it's best for them to just quickly rotate upwards. I mean, looking at PBMS, I think they have a 3-1 formation there from Impala all the way to La Bandita. We're going to be looking at Max, KHI, GX, GG. We have Goa and PG at Chumacera, both in the same area. And it makes me a little bit nervous for PG if you think about it, because still at the very bottom of the charts with only 4. And, for me personally, I would like to see a bit of a change of pace for them as well. Not sure if they are aware that, that GOA is in the same area as them. But if they don't move soon or they don't have protocols soon against this team, it might be another map where it's still going to be a flop for them.
Oh, we have a stat here. So for Team Max, the number 1 team, elims proportion, that means ITER X is now the top eliminator for Team Max. But at the same time, everyone has contributed as well. So it's not like only like one stat like dominated by one player. It's great to see the kind of balanced stat. And that's what puts them on top, because everybody's pulling their own weight for Team Max.
Yeah, I mean, we had a brief discussion about that in the second map, right? About how, as a team, they're very dynamic. They know how to play off each other. It's so quick how they relay information to each other. So, it feels like whatever raps they're doing is working well in their favor. They know what to do. They know how to react. It almost feels like breathing the way they move off of each other, which is, I think, it's a harder version of chemistry to achieve. But if you achieve that, you will see like the best teamwork play you'll see around. So far for this tournament, my eyes have been on Max and how they relay information off each other.
Yeah, the fact that they're number 1 right now, it's great, but they're not yet ahead of themselves. There's so many more games to go. As Zuki right now sees an opportunity and he will get Fong. Nicely done. Now Fong on the ground, not out yet. Zuki tries to eliminate him, but now he's behind this building. So let's see if Escape can come and save him and escape him from the depths of Zuki.
Fong close by his teammate as well. I think for his teammate, I think the priority is to be able to cross safely and be able to pick him up. I think he did try to climb, but he had no clue where exactly to anticipate Zuki. But since it is a high ground, and if he pops his head, it could be an instant kill. He decides to reposition, find a different way onto that area. And Zuki, you could tell that he was waiting for him as well. He has to set up some smokes, just kind of deny some vision, get an idea on how exactly to cross over. But time not on their side, because you think about it, the rest of TTQ are here finally. So he's just forced to just leave Fong to his death.
Yeah, that's a bit unfortunate, right? Even if we went early, maybe it might be too late. So he has to let this one go. So the point will be secured by Time to Quick Esports. Now they're looking for the other members of AF. And they're on the lower ground. We can see them sending Liquid out to scatter information. They see Mr. Not Peter Parker. And with AUG, trusting AUG and trying to send them off. If only he can shoot spider webs right now just to fly away.
That would be really good, no? But in this situation, not happening now. This circle is completely brutal. Still toward the central side. Wow. Today, English is just eluding me, I have to say. So a lot of teams just forced to take these fights aggressively to the northern side. Blue Zone already pushing as well. So majority of teams are to the southern side already, still waiting there as well. So Parker, position made known, but Liquid is just not moving here. He's just saying, you know what, you can shoot toward me as much as you want here. I have cover. And if you stay there for too long, my teammates are going to have the high ground, just completely just overwhelm you. So, like it or not, AFF AF, they're just gonna have to be able to just go for those pre-fires early, hope that some bullets hit, and then move away and reposition. Escape in a situation where escape might be hard here. Cooks the nade. Beautifully done as well onto into May. So for maybe he's gonna fall at the time being, needs to be picked up once again. Escape is gonna escape and reposition inside of the building.
And they continue to fire onto each other. But now stage 2 zone. Looks like just right behind them. This fight has to end quickly. No escape. Literally escaping right now from the incoming Time to Quit Esports. They're up with their utilities. Escape not able to escape too far. As a nade, Rubilop on top of him, down to 50% of health. Here comes Parker from the side. They still want to take this fight even though they don't have a full squad.
Waiting for the right time right now here as TTQ, they want to take up space and they want to go a bit more. Parker all alone here at southern side might eventually be completely crunched as Bunny decides to chase after his prey. That's advantage of that situation. So AF gonna be eliminated with only one elimination point in this situation. TTQ looking like a different beast, especially toward the second half of the day.
Yeah, already 3 eliminations and it was well executed by them. Very tactical and they scored it nice and clean. Now it's going to be Austria. Below them is going to be a player from Goa all alone. And now they have enough information. They're going to rush in. And Fernax, okay, he got a knock anyway onto KS for who? And surely that point will go to Austria.
Oh yeah. It's just been a bit more quiet today. But in terms of points, in terms of survivability, in terms of pickoffs, they're there. They're not flashy, but it's enough to keep them in the game, at least in the top 8 for the time being. Quicker position here, finally made it to the circle. They had like a long rotation from the southern side as well. But with coming into the circle as well, you have Goa, you have NB as well. Not going to be the easiest for them to just cross through either, because there is a lot of terrain to work with. And Yango Galacticos has the eastern side of Crater Fields in their hands.
Yeah, on inside the blue, looks like we still have Goa, but it's not only Goa, and it's Austria as well. Okay. Looks like these two teams, they don't want to let go of each other. Okay. Anyway, they're not too far away from the circle, unless the circle shifts far, which is kind of far. And with the fact that there's so many teams by the border of the circle on the left side, man, this is a lose-lose situation for these two teams.
Yeah, and the Crater Fields is just one of those nightmare areas and terrains to cross, right? You go into the crater, you're at a disadvantage from the high ground. You go on the top side there, you're in a situation where it's hard to reposition as well. Now, we move our attention to S69. I think they managed to get a pickoff just now, I'm not too sure. But in this situation as well, Austria, we were just talking about Fernax repositions the movement as well, Shroud to fall. A lot of cover fire coming in from Austria and his teammates. This is how you want to keep your team alive.
Oh, nice backup there by Top, showing his experience. So he's tanking the blue. He does have 3 first aid, so he should be okay. And Dito from Thailand now going in for the save. And I don't see anyone saving Davan. His teammates are still spending time in the blue. And right now, GG only has 2 active players. So
oh man!
the best they could do is probably seek revenge, and Boyshot will still go for it.
Why not, right? Avenge your teammates, do some damage, take away a kill. Why not? You're in a situation where, when you're going down, so you might as well drag someone down with you here. Gonna go quickly for a reset. They're putting a lot of pressure to the rest of the members of Austria. Trying to go for the reset, rendered so low as well. Some shots coming through to work Boyshot at the very least, but it's not enough to really keep him at bay.
Here comes the tap out from afar by Boyshot. He does have only 1 first aid though, no bandages. So this is going to be his last heal. He does have a vehicle, so that's going to be his exit plan. Exactly what he's going to do right now. His other teammate is already moving in, so he will follow suit. So let's see if he's able to tank this one up. He should be able to tank it out, unless there's another team that might block him to come into the circle later. But speaking about blocking into the circle, now we shift over to the northern side, and NB is finding their route in.
Not gonna be the easiest route either, as TTQ is the one to just gatekeep them outside. I've seen situations where NB was able to completely brute force their way in, really take these fights away, but it could be said about TTQ, right? Second half of the day, they're looking like a different beast. They're so aggressive on how they play and how they fight as well. NB, out here in the open here, you have Bunny taking a lot of damage to his vehicle. His best just completely blow it up. But I don't think it's gonna be happening anytime soon here. Goes for Dacia instead. For Austria, it's all about just breaking into the circle. Do just that. In front of them, it's gonna be PG, Lizzie Boy. The first one to get the point over for PG today. Still very much there. The blue zone should eventually not favor them as well. So this fight gonna be out here in the blue zone here. Lizzie Boy aggressive. Dubnico to fall. Tries to steal away the point. But hard to really go for it when Feng X is close. The nade will be cooked. Goes a bit too short here. Rushes up forward with a shotgun in hand. So the tiny little angle underneath the vehicle puts in a lot of damage onto Lizzie Boy and eventually will fall. So Feng X rushes away, surviving. But I think he's in a position where he has to heal himself. And he also has to pick up his teammate. Time. Not enough.
Oh man. Time definitely on their side right now. And Feng X in the same situation. Now he's taking out the blue, but no, I got cut down. Oh, this could be a big comeback here by Austria. They only have one opponent left to go, and they will rush in. Here comes Top, going all the way behind, and is looking for the final player. Before he'll finish off easy, while Feng X is busy picking up their teammate. They should be fine with this win over PG.
It's massive. But for PG, it must be a heartbreak for them. Being able to get at least 2 points is enough, I guess, at the very least, with only one player still very much alive. Have to do something here, Beckham. Can't pick up his teammate, but still managing to steal away one more point. Top to his pocket. But eventually, Austria will be eliminated as well. And Beckham, this is enough for him to do the damage, take those points away, and now it's all up to him to survive.
Oh, it's great that Beckham's still able to survive and finally eliminated Austria. But the next challenge is to try to get into the circle. And here comes Time to Quick Esports on the outside. Still a full squad though. But on the minimap, okay, don't see anyone challenging them from coming to the circle. PG, the final player Beckham, just got eliminated. But at least they scored 3 points this round.
Yeah. Looking a lot better for this team as well. They are trying to force these fights, trying to be a little bit more confident. Would love to see more of that coming in the future because in terms of capability, they do definitely have that in terms of potential. Regardless, coming into the northern side here, PBMS, this is great for them. They have a compound to play with. They have Monboy just kind of moving around the top side of the terrain here, just kind of getting a feel of NB. I think Monboy definitely did spot out the members of NB. So they're in a position, I would say, it's not the best of positions either because the high ground not in their favor either, but at the very least, they can work with this compound.
But Astro definitely not favored by Time to Quick Esports. Bunny will take him out. And for PBMS, they're making the second approach. Nadia on the lower ground. What's another member of Time to Quick Esports, and looks like Nak is in trouble. Nak will be gunned down by Bunny. And right now, OF only has 2 players left. What can they do about this? They're on the lower ground. They're not in the best position.
Really? That's a different look to Max as well. Being opportunistic, knowing where the prime real estate is and just holding on to it, protecting it with their lives here. PBMS. Just at how they want to do this. TTQ on the side, they can just crunch if they want to alongside NB. But at the same time, very, very patient because they have to understand because they are also crunched by OF as well as I believe it's GX toward to the right side of water treatment.
And GG still has these 2 players, Boyshot and Luki, on the southern side, just above Hacienda. So seems to be quite clear for them. Don't see any other teams close by. But for Yahiko, looks like he got now a member of PBMS. Monboy trades it back with one Zuki against Ryman. It's a 3-way war here as Yahiko has high guard advantage with his M4. Liquid gets Monboy down onto the ground, not eliminated yet. And Yahiko needs to protect himself. Reshot it from behind and gets onto the vehicle. Time to reposition, but not able to get away in time.
I give it to Scotty. Holding down the line, marking that player for quite some time there. Highly rewarded. So it gives him a bit of breathing space to go and reset, go and pick up his teammate as well. Nice cover all the way to the backside. So you know that the rest of the team are not chasing. That's what they do best here. Rushing into the circle, brute forcing. But this time around, it takes a lot of damage coming in from the members of Sin. Ngapa Yao barely survived that encounter.
Oh, that was a super duper close one for Raphael. He almost got taken out, and if he goes out, that's it. That's it for the entire team. Now he's the last surviving member. But it looks like the bigger clash point is going to happen at the northern side. Oh, we're back on the Raphael. And Lucci is there. He knows that Raphael is in that shack. Lucci taking prime position, overlooking Raphael. But because they're in the circle, I doubt that Raphael will move out of that shack anytime soon.
Definitely not. SG Nice terrain to work with as well. Being very aware there's more people on the northern side here. Lucci, this is a very dangerous angle to play with out there in the open. No cover. Somehow surviving that encounter. Not able to secure those kills. As now is a Mexican standoff here. TTQ will be the one with the compound with the circle right behind them. But they want to wait a bit more here. They want to make sure that PPMS is in a dire situation. Getting crunched by the blue zone. Getting crunched by them. So, like it or not, you're gonna die to the blue zone or you're gonna die to the bullets for TTQ. And TTQ, they want to make sure they're able to secure these points. But the rest of the team PPMS bringing their fate into their own hands. They have a vehicle to work with and they had to skedaddle. But Zuki's not done. Zuki's aggressive. Zuki sprays and Zuki will be highly rewarded. And on top of that as well, will be able to collect so many points.
Oh, but right now, Nutty will find it difficult to collect points. Taking the blue, shot down by Claude from that high ground. No way that he's able to be saved. So definitely the point will go out. As now GX, time for them to get into the circle and the team's waiting for them on that high ground. Tidy Quick Esports at the northern side, managing teams left and right as GG just got eliminated.
2 points coming in as well for this team. TTQ, a different beast right now. I believe they have 9 eliminations this game, which is a different kind of scary coming up forward. Very aggressive, taking fights, not really chasing for it either. It's been them just playing toward the side of the circle. Speaking of fights right now, BG going toe-to-toe with Max. Max has been holding on this compound for quite some time. Decided to move out of the way here. Kind of separated from each other right now. Having Iter X over on the backside there, providing cover fire, making sure that no one can flank as well. It's done a lot of damage to BG.
And this is going to be BG against Team Max. The number 1 team in the overall charts right now. BG number 2. So this is going to be the clash between the number 1 and number 2 team. Win could potentially shoot them up to overtake each other. As Team Max right now, very well spread out. They're playing a 2-2 formation, while BG with 3 players at the forefront on the southern side of the circle. And the circle might shift away from them. This could be big for both teams. And yes, it will. Both Team Max and Burmese goes not in the circle now.
Unstoppable already here, TTQ. But the same could be said about Max here, as the circle had pulled away from them. So they're in a situation where they have to fight for that space. BG have compounds to play with. They're inside the circle as well. Unknown being knocked down all the way out there in the open means I don't think that he's going to be picked up quite yet.
Oh, the fight will continue on here. Nevertheless, Team Max, they have the upper hand right now, but Burmese Ghost, they are recovering themselves, while Iter X keeping an eye on his flank in case anyone were to come by. As for Burmese Ghost, they managed to somehow slide into the circle. Now they have this compound to work with. They can reset. So Yakar down on his knees, but his teammate will pick him up. Now it's up to Team Max. Where are they going to go? Do they want to siege down that same compound, or are they going to rotate somewhere else?
Looking at the middle of the circle here, not a lot of teams happen. I mean, to me personally, it's only going to be SG that's straight up smack dab in the middle here. And S69 forced to take this fight here, just passing by each other barely.
Yo!
But somehow, they managed to come up on top. It's been interesting to see this fight. It's so aggressive, it's so fast, but S69 have different protocols on how exactly to deal with compound breaches.
Oh, thanks to the name from Labo early on. But speaking of breaching, Iter wanted to breach out the Young Radicals, but Murad found him with the nade, knocking him down. With the high ground advantage of Young Radicals now they have against T-Max, they stand a good chance. T-Max will lose another player to the hands of Ngapika to find the player of Goa.
Oh yeah. Waiting for our time here, and Young Galacticos, despite losing a player early, they've been doing very well to survive in the end here, but not as aggressively. In their playbooks right now, it's all about survivability. They have a bit of cover, they have a terrain to work with as well. But the circle, tick-tock goes the clock here. Gonna push toward them at the very least. So pushing through here is not gonna be the easiest. We have to worry about a team out there on the open here. They have to worry about Goa. They have to also worry about SG in the compound, right smack dab in the circle here. MM putting a lot of pressure onto the members of Max. Gets a pick off in the end. You to fall next. And now it's down to his next victim. It's gonna be Kronai in the end.
I doubt that he can save his teammate. There won't be enough time at the same time the blue is closing though. His young guy goes to continue to put pressure onto Kronai, and Kronai now takes a decent amount of damage. Through the window, Myrna managed to land one shot, and Saycloud will land the final blow, eliminating Team Max at number 7. It's only 1 point collected by Team Max. Chance for Burmese Goals to create that gap against Team Max.
They can. The Galacticos taking their time. I think Romeo needs to be picked up. But still, Circle not favoring S69. Gonna eventually be pushed out there in the open. My worry is that they're gonna be just walking out there in the open and just be completely walking into a meat grinder.
But where will the meat grinder be then, now that the Circle will shift again? Looks like the
Still
meat grinder
toward SG.
situation. First one I would say is those teams at the north, just because there is a team just guarding the northern side. Burmese Goals, yes, a lot of open space in front of them, and probably they just need to deal with up back down. But for them to have an entry, oh man, it's also fairly difficult because you're gonna go up against the high ground unless the high ground team gets busy with all these teams coming in together.
They could, but they have no clue who's exactly where, right? Right now, for Yangon Galacticos, they could just sort of wait it out a little bit more. They have a bit of space, hoping that maybe TTQ could rush up forward and just deal with SG. I don't think Yangon Galacticos wants to give up this high ground quite yet. I mean, if they go down, it's gonna be a 4-way fight toward the middle side.
Always, Yangon Galacticos, let's see if they can deal with SG on the other side. But now, Handswick Esports, they want to get into the circle as well. Let's see that is okay. S69 from coming in. They managed to score 1 elimination, taking out Snitch in the process while he was rotating into the circle. Then we found their next target, Lobo. Before rank for MM from SG, 2 teams. Actually, it looks 69 and having a hard time getting into the circle, but nevertheless, they managed to send 1 player in.
Not Pacquiao all alone here. A lot of util coming through. Pressure coming in from Mernat Boy as well. But they are marking every single member of BG as well here. So it is very wise for Yangon Galacticos to not really push in toward the middle side of the circle yet. Wait out and just hold on to that end circle area as much as they can here. It's giving them so much dividends, so much value. Mernat Boy takes a lot of damage through the answer back coming out forward, but I doubt they're going to be surviving this anytime soon because a lot of pressure not only is coming in from this team, but also from S69 as well as SG as well. And MM has taken initiative to move out of the compound and just go in for these fights. The circle moving away from the compound means that they also have to get active here. Zuki goes aggressive, rushes up forward, has a bit of cover from the vehicle here. MM plays Ring Around the Rosie, Pop goes the Weasel, finds nothing here, but TTQ has 12 eliminations in the bag without needing prime locations, all just firepower, patience, and tenacity.
Wow, 12 eliminations. It's definitely going to be no chicken dinner at the Quick Esports. But we will still need to find out who gets the chicken dinner this time. Yangon Galacticos still with the high ground, but this time they do not have the circle. The circle shifted slightly forward from them, which should still be okay for Yangon Galacticos. Yet, they need to clear their flanks. They see 1 target at the lower ground. Saycloud makes a move into the circle. You'll be able to find a good spot here, and yes, he will. They're still okay with the spot that Saycloud has found.
Saycloud, as soon as he pops out his head, he takes up a lot of damage. But the same could be said coming in from S69, tries to rotate into the circle. But Silent Gods have been waiting, marking all the teams, all the players around here. As soon as they come through, they spray, and that's Minor getting 1 knockdown already onto Romeo. The rest of Yangon Galacticos, yeah, they made it into the circle. They made it through here. Mernat Boy is solo. And for Lucci, he said, you know what, I'm gonna cross and I'm gonna go kill. They got knocked down already, and Minor says, okay, we take this 1 by 1. And then we breach into the compound together, moving in as a team here. No clue where to look, but that nade sent out by Mernat Boy is perfect to find Lucci, to find Minor. They go down here. Mernat making the impossible possible for the team, but not for long because they will be eliminated here. BG and SG still the last 2 teams had left alive. A 2v1 right now, unless SG goes for that revive, and they do just that.
And now Burmese goes, at the same time the blue is going to put pressure on the SG. They have to move out this compound. While Burmese goes at the high ground advantage at this point. Stage number 9 is going to be upon us in around 10 more seconds while Burmese goes. What a position for them to be in now. It's about doing the business against SG. Minor comes up to the high ground, but Ichi manages him. And there you go. Spraying onto the driver. Minor will be gunned down. That's going to be Burmese goals. all in onto the final player for SG. They're finding that pixel shot here. Not even landed yet, but the volley will force it to move. And bonus goals will come in to claim the chicken dinner in Miramar.
My jaw is on the ground. BG has been so quiet this entire game. Just laying low, waiting for the right time to strike. And they do just that as soon as they knew that the fights have ended and no one has been able to go for that reset. They strike like a viper in the grass. Impressive stuff coming on BG, excuse me. But the most important part is knowing that they have so many strats and pages in their playbook. This is one of many.
Man, and half of them used to be from Genesis Esports as well. Joining forces now with Burmese Goals for the second season. And they're showing their experience, showing us in this round. And I appreciate they scored the amount of eliminations together with it. But also, I'd like to see how many points overall did the Time to Quit Esports get, because last time we checked, they scored a lot of eliminations as well. But we're not going to take away the spotlight from Burmese Goals, who scored this chicken dinner in our first Miramar in the PMCL this season. And this is the score for Burmese Goals. 6 eliminations for them.
And all of this just happened through the last circle. It's all about survivability. They had, their players had been knocked down one by one. They had to focus on survivability. I have to say, this is not an easy circle by any means in terms of rotation as well. A lot of teams were just forced to just travel up all the way to the northern side. They had to take so many fights as the circles just, rush forward as well. A big map means it's a really different way of approaching things. And I have to say that for BG, we've seen the aggressive side of them on Erangel today. And now in Miramar, we're seeing a more passive, survivability side as well. So, in a way, they have their goals in check. Regardless, let's talk a little bit more about this after the highlight.
And here's the match ranking for this round. So it looks like SG, wow, they scored 11 eliminations as well. 17 points collected, followed by Burmese Goals with the chicken dinner, 16 points. And Time to Quit Esports, a whooping 12 eliminations to their name, 15 points collected. So that's the triple digit club. Now we don't see some of the big names here. Maybe Young Radicals, 9 points, that's okay. But flipping on page 2, GGK, no points this round.
Surprising at this outcome, but also not really. I think, again, it's a very rough circle. Everyone was just fighting their way to get into the circle. GG, the thing about GG, this particular map that I was a bit surprised about is that, okay, I understand they have this strat of just like ignoring these fights, fighting to get into the circle, but because they left their backs wide open in the middle of that rotation, running away from these fights, they were just picked off one by one here. And I would like to see a bit more fight in them, moving toward the rest of the day. I mean, this strat, yeah, it can work, but it's not gonna work all the time, especially in situations when it's heart shift circles and all the teams are just fighting for their lives to get into that circle as well. Regardless, coming into this is the overall rankings right now on the second page right now. I'm surprised because PG, they're doing very well. They're starting to get the points. They're starting to heat up. They're starting to shoot back, which I love to see. So 7 points for them coming to the end of the day right now. But top 4 teams right now will be SG, BG, TTQ, and Yangon Galacticos here. Still the same names if you ask me. We're starting to see that pattern come through toward the end of the day. But at the same time, it's only day number 1.
But what's interesting is that Yakos only had a full squad time of 2 minutes and 23 seconds, yet they're still up here as our top 4 teams to watch. Well, the one that we are watching this round is our MVP, Yaka, from Burmese Goals, with himself scoring 4 eliminations and 292 damage, bringing in a 35% team contribution to Burmese Goals.
From his goals, I have to say, I am in love with how versatile this team is so far. You know, we talked about how aggressive this team can be in terms of fights, in terms of survivability, in terms of how they play as a team. The cohesion of this team is phenomenal, but to see them take a more passive approach because things are not very much going their way, it's also something to be admired as well. Because I know that some teams, the way they play is either all in or all out. This team, nice balance to come through. Regardless, we're gonna go for a quick break. After this, the final map of Miramar, so we'll be right back.
Well, it's going to be the final game here for today, ladies and gentlemen. Miramar is going to be this match. But despite it being Miramar, not going to be in groups. We're going to see a roll-up of these groups again. So, same map, different groups, probably different surprises. What do you think, Dash?
Yeah, definitely. Coming into this particular one, I think just now was a very unforgiving circle. It was a circle where everyone had to fight their spot. No one was really comfortable, especially toward the end. Now, coming into this particular one, I believe we're going to be looking at A, B, D, and E now. So Group C finally rested up. So in a way, I think not having Group C, not having TTQ, BG, PG, so as SG could be great, especially since TTQ finally gained momentum this last two maps as well. They're looking very scary. The same could be said about BG. Ending their day, with the chicken dinner is massive. But let's have a look at the rest of the teams though.
Well, let's see. We get our dream circle this round as we head on to the final match for today inside of Miramar. Flight path looks like we're going to start from the southern side this time, going up north. Now, we did see an early clash inside of Impala earlier on, so that's something to take note of. Around the area of San Martin, Hacienda, also we saw an early clash. So these two areas will be somewhere that we want to keep an eye on in case we're going to see round 2 again.
Oh yeah, should be fun to see that as well. Now, okay, in this situation, now that we have, we're looking at different teams, I'm super excited to be looking at the Group E coming into today because, I mean, to be fair, E came in a bit later as well, number 1. And number 2, when you look at Group E, right, looking at the teams, it could be very, very fun to see how aggressive this particular map can be as well.
Yeah, especially with the fact that we have Group A and E together. So we do have Rangers, we do have Yanku Galacticos in this map. The ones that will be taking a break is Group C. So Tactical Esports, Permit School, who just got their chicken dinner, is taking a break. PG and SG taking a break as well, so we see them again tomorrow. But now, with this circle centered around the area of Chumacera, we got at least, 2-3 teams in Chumacera? Man, this is going to be a fun start.
You aren't wrong as well. Look at how aggressive Chumacera is already here. With Goa, the team that is, I think, known to brute force their way into situations in this fight. I think that they are definitely a team that if you challenge them, they will rally up to the fight. Look at how much space they're already rushing up forward here. We have Rex, we have AKS for Who coming up forward as well. Claude is alone in the compound, isolated for his teammates. If he's not able to play off his teammates, he might be knocked out very, very early from this last map of the day.
Well, Claude gets knocked out by RPKL and immediately eliminated. So that's going to be first split for Goa. Now they're looking for the other players around this area. Chumacera is going to be pretty hard since it's centered around the first circle as well. So a lot of advantage if a team is able to lock down Chumacera. But of course, now that we have 3 teams here, somebody has to go. Now, Nero is very close by with Goa though. And Goa, they have no idea that Nero is here. So he's keeping around to Goa in case they do anything funny.
Still, losing one very early is not the best outcome. But I think today has been quite a testament about seeing teams to survive as a 2 all the way till the end here. Yao, there we go, be caught off guard. And immediately just lob it back as well. A 1-for-1 trade here. They will be able to just relish this moment. But immediately as that happened here, the rest of Goa decides to go aggressive. They decide to go hunting here. But Nero playing so perfectly with this terrain, denying them to be able to steal away his life. So Nero playing the hero here. An unsalvageable situation turned into a much better situation for GX right now.
Wow, 2 knocks back-to-back for Nero. And that also means that he has 2 boxes to loot from. Suddenly the tides have turned against Goa when they had the man advantage against GX. And now GX is the one that has the numbers against them. 3v2. It will be a matter of time before GX moves on to Goa because they want Chumacera for themselves. Since Chumacera is in the middle of the circle, of course, you want to lock this area in.
Oh yeah. Still, the rest of Goa here in a situation where, okay, I mean, you lose 2 already, but it's not a situation where you can't, come back on top, right? You are still able to survive as a 2, play a little bit more passive. But in terms of firepower, in terms of brute force power, they're not going to be able to play that same strat that they've been running throughout the entirety of the day. They have to change up the way they want to start to play this, especially in terms of positioning, in terms of where they are. I mean, they're not too worried right now. Circle toward where they are. All they have to do is just stay put.
And looking over at the other teams, looks like no early clashes elsewhere, including Young Radicals. They seem to be having this area all for themselves, so unchallenged, like how we saw in the first game. Now, the next closest focus is probably going to be back on the Chumacera, while the other teams, they loot and then they will make their way into the circle. Probably going to take the high grounds on the southern side of Chumacera, with a chance of like the circle going there. Even if the circle pulls away, it's fine because it's easier to navigate going down from a high ground than needing to climb up when all the teams have taken their position. So I can expect that more teams to try to take that southern side high ground of Chumacera for to be in the best position possible.
Look at how there are just so many teams just swarming toward that area. There's so many people just going around there, trying to take up that space. We did see a knock just now on the kill feed as well. But for me personally, yeah, everyone's fighting for the area of Chumacera, but if there's so many people there, is it really worth it to fight for that spot? Because you're gonna get sandwiched, you're gonna get crossfired, and you might be in a situation where you might get teamed by too many different teams because no one knows what is going on in there. And there are some teams still outside the circle. I'm talking about 214, AF, PBMS, S69, just really taking their time here because there's a lot of space toward the eastern side, and all that area is just not filled quite yet.
Yeah, so there's still a lot of space more, right? So looks like teams are taking their time. Maybe they're also considering like, oh, if we want to overly commit to the high ground, then what if the circle goes away? We might as well take our time and chill. See what happens on stage number 2. Where will the circle go? If it's still like centered, then, well, I guess they'll need to decide from there anyway. But now, looks like S69 decided to go to where PBMS is at. One player of PBMS was around this area of La Bendita and decided to move away because he's alone. So great call there to move out before S69 actually comes in.
Trying to see how more teams are moving quite yet. I mean, Chumacera fully booked right now. Including Minas del Val, if you think about it as well. There are some teams toward the northern side as well. We have NX as well as Austria just chilling there. You don't want to overly commit. And I think, you know, coming back to your point just now about like overly committing, if you have to shift away from the high ground with so many teams around, it's not going to be easiest either. You're still going to be forcing the fight for a terrain that you thought you fought tooth and nail for. Took a lot of resources, potentially losing 1 to 2 players there, and suddenly you have to, you have to fight again to get a different area. Will not honestly be the best outcome either here. Siaga Galactico is still on the northern side, passing by NX, but both teams not wanting to commit this early, understandably so. But if there are any sounds of gunfire, it's most likely going to be just, warning shots, just trying to see whether or not they can put in a bit of damage to a team, but never a full commit quite yet, at least from these two teams.
Yeah, and here at the star team, it's the star team, Yagu Galacticos. Okay, so looks like to be unchallenged. A much better start as compared to their previous Murama match where they were challenged and they had to play the rest of the round with a handicap, starting from like 2 minutes-ish onwards. Yeah, very early encounter. But this time with a full squad, then as long as they're able to maintain a full squad throughout like maybe stage 2, stage 3, then coming to stage 4, if they still are a 4-man squad, then they'll be very dangerous. Of course, that's where we can expect to see a lot more fights happen when it comes to stage number 4. As these teams, so far, they are pretty respectful of each other's compound or area that they have taken.
Just now, early game was quite chaotic, right? The previous map, I mean, with the drop spots, with those early fights as well, that's happening. This is a very different tune these teams are singing as you go toward the end of the day, and understandably so. This is the final map as well. So you want to be able to at least end the day with some points in the bag, not going out with with 0. It's something that you want to. It's kind of unacceptable at this point. But with Goa coming up forward here, we're talking about how they had a rough start in the beginning here. But Rex seems to be able to slowly turn his luck around, being able to run away with a member of Max, 1 point in the bag at the very least. So 2 points collected for them and slowly making their way to the end.
And yeah, they're doing very well up there, no doubt, right? Though this time they're playing with 3 players, but yeah, I mean we've seen it time and time again that even if you play with 3 players, you can still get the chicken dinner. But sometimes it's not all about the chicken dinner. If they're able to score like eliminations, like how we saw in the last Mirama match, then well, no chicken dinner, no problem for Team Max. Unless, of course, towards the very end, then the tiebreaker comes in, then it'll become a bit of a problem. But you know what? Till then, if you just focus on the points, don't think too much about the tiebreaker. Only think when it comes, then. And so far, Team Max, they're doing well. But of course, trailing behind them very closely is going to be like teams like Rangers, who we know that is able to come up with a good performance and a lot of firepower in them, like how we saw the Sanhok match. Something for them to consider as well, to be careful of those behind them. But DX, very, very careful of the rotating team. Spots out GG, one player of GG, Shroud, eliminated, given the point to Nero.
Interesting enough here, a lot of teams are choosing to rotate into the circle from the southern side. I believe they have this idea that not a lot of teams are going to be coming in from the southern side. Everyone's going to be rotating for the northern side here. You know, interestingly enough, the northern side is practically empty. And we start to see that shift from a lot of teams. The ones that are coming from the southern side that's holding onto the compound are slowly making their way toward the northern side here. S69, AF coming up to the northern side of Ladrilla as well. But for GX here, putting a lot of pressure on the GG right in front of them. And Nero, he's the hero for the last game, and he's still going off forward. You can tell he's very, very hot and very confident with how he's playing his off angles from the compound as well. But very aware that there is another team coming aggressively toward them, which is going to be Sin. Coca-Cola has been marking the members of Sin. Gonna pre-fire a few shots, but not enough to put in damage. Dale did get knocked down here. Nero, not dead quite yet. Throws in a bit of a nade here, rushes down forward. Knows there's one more. Pre-fires about, trying to see if anyone is close, finds nothing. Gonna reposition himself to the top side one more time. Another stun grenade just to really rush forward. Finds nothing. But WXKX gonna provide a bit of cover forward here. Cool gonna jump up here. And surprisingly enough, Nero anticipates this. Rushes up to the top floor.
And he's all alone there at the top floor though. They're trying to flush him out, but not able to land the target. Now we have 2 nades being cooked up. Pool and Dale, okay? Matter of time till they lob those nades while we check out how the nade will flow. Looks like it's gonna move from the high ground, so all those teams will need to go down at some point. But that might not include, okay, not includes these teams, but we'll check on them later on. But what we're sure right now is that Raimon gets 90 from OF, and he was secured that point for PBMS. These teams still in a locked-in grid, but there are more teams passing by. If we look at the minimap, there's also KHI around the corner.
Just waiting right now here. Closes the door. Not gonna be allowing the util to just breach into his area as well, because he did eat quite a bit of damage here. His teammate cannot push toward him either. Situation where it's really, really rough. Coca-Cola and the rest of his teammates can perhaps provide some cover fire if anyone were to rotate. But inside the compound, Nero's pretty much all on his own here. Opens the door, tries to kind of bait them to just rush upstairs. Hopefully into his gun barrel. But Sin is just not eating here. Here's Dale, rushes up forward. Gonna play inside the smoke, finds nothing. Manages to dodge it. Some shots forward, closes the door. To give a bit more space, finds nothing. Good sprays abound here, and Rankid was very much ready for him. Spots him through the window. Coca-Cola tries to give a bit of cover fire, not happening, so Nero will eventually fall, but he's done his job.
Well, that was the best that he could do. I mean, the other members of GX, they are across the road, so it was difficult for them to come in and support them. But speaking about coming in, now NB coming in on the OF. 2 players on OF still active here, and Foxy will spot out Astro. 1 more to go on the other side. It's just within that smoke. Okay, they see him. They will shoot from all different angles. And that is OF eliminated. The first team to go out without any points.
We're on fire the last map. Unfortunately for this map, they are catching fire. See, you rubbed off me, Mr. Cloud.
I see what you did there. I see what you did there.
Sorry, I tried to pull an impression of you. Did it work?
I'll give it a 8 out of 10.
Yes! It's a decent score.
Well, the one that needs to be on fire right now is going to be S9. Seem to be losing a bit of steam. One of the players knocked down. Hey, but say hello to Mess. They will be on fire now against GX.
Oh, yeah.
Focusing on to one side of the building. And that's gonna be Kim
Oh my
or
God.
Sin, the one that they're trying to take down. But Sin! What? By side! Just 2 knockdowns back to back! Can they actually pull off an instant clutch here? But before that, he was secured at the elimination point just by himself! They
Oh.
defend the BBMS! What just happened, BBMS?
Oh my God! Zin was able to isolate every single fight. They picked him one by one, and Zin completely obliterated every single one of them, nearly going down. But Coca-Cola made it right at the nick of time here. Crazy stuff to be seen. Oh my God! If that was a highlight reel, that should be a highlight reel. But the fight's not over here. Over on the other end, Austria still holding on for dear life as another team rushes up forward. His NB. Nang X as well as Dudiko and Farng's X, they're just so separated from each other, but out here in the open, they're able to crossfire from each other as well. Fern was able to just put in a bit of damage onto a player of NBX, but it's not enough to really take him down.
Oh man, that fight is still ringing in my head. Like PBMS will watch back this VOD and they must be kicking themselves. Like, how did they lose that one? Man, that was just brilliance there. But anyway, we have to move on right now, just like how NB is moving on to get into the circle. They find a way to get in. They are safe and sound for now, that is. But they have to be careful because another team is behind them. They could be rushed in anytime soon. They have to park themselves, and now they have to reset. And S69, not done yet though. Snitch will be knocked down somewhere else. And here we have them on screen against 214.
I'm gonna try and choke the rest of S69 here into their compounds. Could try and isolate the 2 versus 2. But still, not enough information means that they're gonna have to try and just maybe put in a bit of damage, cripple them just a little bit in terms of HP. A lot of util used this early, and S69 are just excited, okay, to just, to just wait it out here. But Austria and NB on a stalemate right now, both not really willing to encroach or move out onto the other side here.
But they have to win this fight though. Here we go, NB defending their compound. The compound that they first held before Austria comes in. And now Austria, they want to take it over from their hands. And XZ spraying down onto the other side of the Feng X. And Foxy found an outside angle from this rooftop, but not able to get knocked. He almost got it though. I think that 214 just got eliminated. Number 14, no elimination points for them this time. Young Gaticos, wait! They're out as well!
Oh man, a lot of blood being shed here as well. Both teams have picking up heavy losses as well. Moek on the other side. This could be huge if he's able to just really catch the right timing, just really catch them off guard. Foxy as well wants to put in some death from above, but Top is keeping a close eye on him, not allowing to pop his head around. Top puts in a bit of damage onto him, but Foxy retaliates. So low already, tries to go and just dwindle down the numbers, cripple them a little bit, allowing his teammates Yahiko to go for the pickup for the reset as well. And Austria, despite their valiant efforts, they can't cross, they can't really secure these kills because Foxy has been doing such a great job of keeping them at bay.
Oh. And Top is alone though, behind this building. And B there recovering. But the nade! Beautifully lobbed onto the second floor where Yahiko is at. Top got him. This is his opening to rush in to close the gap. But the rest of them, they're still holding him back, and Top is still not in the circle yet.
Can't do anything. All you have to do is just wait this out. You have a compound to play with, but with 3 guns pointing at you, as well as space for NB to just go for the reset, it's enough. XZ11 is going to be the next one to be able. He's back into the game as well, putting in a lot of pressure. The blue zone will come toward him. He's taking in a lot of damage. He's crossed and he's safe for now. Not anymore. Foxy marked him for quite some time. Austria, 12th place, 1 elimination. Very, I would say, not the best way to go at the end of the day, but it is enough for them at the very least. As S69 this time around, rushing straight into the circle. I don't think they're gonna be stopped for the time being at the very least.
Well, at least Master Riggs, he managed to survive the blue. Now he has the chance to heal up. But 35 more seconds before the zone starts to close again. They do have vehicles. They can still move forward, but not in the zone just yet. As we shift forward to the northern side, now we have Rangers on screen against AF. As Range is alone in this building. For Rangers, they have a full squad, but the rest of them, they're quite spread out right now. AF will try to take advantage of it, but Range will knock down, no escape. Definitely no escape for him, as Jipna will come in to provide extra support to Range. And former 5 is going to be Chappie with the support. And that nade by Range will knock down Parker. Nice defense by Rangers.
A lot of layers and how exactly they're just guarding the terrain. Playing this area to perfection right now. Have Range just coming in a nice buddy system with Jibna, the other two with high ground formations as well as cover fire from the backside here. Jappy has so much space to work with. Just poke his head out, put in a bit of damage, just back off as well. And as soon as, he's in danger, his teammates just rush up forward. Look at how much space they're slowly trying to take away from AF, making sure they're going to get choked here. Fong in trouble, pushes out all alone here. Gonna fall eventually. The damage has come through. Jappy gonna try and go a little bit more closer with his teammates, putting a lot of pressure to just disallow them from being able to play with each other, as Fong and Gen Z both isolated from one another. Not gonna be the easiest try to win this, but Nathan has been knocked down at the very least, so a bit of space, a bit of pressure off their shoulders.
Oh, but nevertheless, Range will be there to pick up Nathan. And then Nate, this time with damage range as well. Nathan is still being revived, and he will be up. But immediately goes back down to the nade from Fong. And Jappy is really low as well. He needs to kill up while Range, 50% of health. He does have first aids, but still they're able to deal with AF. And now, for Rangers, they can heal in peace. But no, not for long, because say hello to the blue.
Blue is here as well, and as soon as they do breach that circle, yeah, Jappy is close to it. They have to worry about NX being close by here. You have Joji, who's keeping a close eye on SL9. Meanwhile, on the screen right now, we're looking at the western side of the circle, where Sin as well as GX is just sort of on a Mexican standoff. Both teams need to take this fight if they want to just rush up forward further into the circle, if it does push away from them.
So far, Sin playing by the edge of the circle, looking for more elimination points, trying to take out the opponents on the other side. Renkid sprays, but Renkid gunned down from the other side by Coca-Cola. Renkid is bleeding out right now. His teammates will need to come and save him. As for the rest of GX, the two players need to start to play how they're going to cut across. Especially with Sin looking down at them. Okay, here they are on their vehicles. Looks like they want to take a fight against Sin. They're going in for it.
They should be able to, knowing that one of the players have been crippled down here, but you gotta give it to Sin in terms of taking care of the compound, taking care of the area. They've been top-notch at that throughout the entirety of today. One member knocked down already from GX. Zin left as well. So the final man left standing here. Nowhere to go, no firepower. Does have a buggy in hand, but it's already smoking. Not sure if that's the wisest idea to cross around with it. So he's just gonna play the wait-and-see game. Hopefully just pray that Sin decides to just go into the circle instead of waiting out for him, giving him a bit of space to work with. But toward the southern or southeast side here, I have 3 teams inside of the compounds and the circle. Yeah, Max has the compound inside of the area, but the rest have to fight off each other here as NX completely obliterate Master Rix there.
And right now, a nade inside across. Hoping to land onto Joji, but Joji is pretty safe inside the building, but it's not safe for the blue. It's not in the circle yet. But it looks like Generation X will be eliminated, but they bring home together with them 6 elimination points, so that's pretty decent, I would say. But now the final player for S696. How are you going to get out of this situation? Now, these 2 players, they're in a gridlock right now. Even if they are able to get across or get out, there's actually another team looking over at this compound, waiting for exit frags.
Sending a bit of pressure there in the smokes, hoping that someone's going to be close by, finds nothing. S69 just waiting, doesn't want to over-aggress, doesn't want to take this fight head-on at the very least. I think, for if anything, you want to make sure that if you are in these 1v1s, if you are in a head-on fight, you don't want to be in a situation where you're going to get picked up, especially from players from RNG here. They have a 2-1 formation going on right now. They have, a high ground terrain. They're just keeping a close eye on these 2 players as well. 6-9, I got 6-6-6, just trying to go a bit more aggressive. They're rendered Joji very low. They're trying to zigzag their way forward. You have to be careful to watch their heads right now. Some spray and sprays coming forward, but 6-6-6 is just so low already. Easily gonna take away Joji. But at the same time, RNG is starting to try to steal away the...
Oh, but he got that 1v1 win. At least gives him a second lifeline. But now it's all about getting into the circle while Rangers looking down at him, waiting for him to step out his compound. It'll be a matter of time right now. Blue will be onto him real soon. Okay, there you go. Shows himself towards Nathan. Nathan, I'm pretty sure he's pulling the shots right now. But so far, not showing on the elimination feed yet. Looks like 6. He could probably have survived that.
Go up. Gonna try and just brute force their way into the circle, but this time around with less firepower is not gonna be the easiest thing to do. Pretty sure that Max has already heard a lot of the commotion as well. You can see from the middle side of the circle, RNG getting very active right now. They have so much control of the northern side.
So finally, 6 did not make it, unfortunately, and they're out. But still, valiant effort by 6. As now we check out what's happening here with KHI against Team Max. And Team Max right now, they definitely want their number 1 spot back. It's taken over by Rangers. Even Sin is above them right now. And Team Max, they're on the inner side of the circle, so they have the best position possible against these teams. And Team Max, they're looking at KHI. But 10 more seconds, they need to look at the circle as well. Things might change for them. They could be forced to go out. And if they're forced to go out, well, the other members of KHI, they're waiting on the high ground for them just to exit, and then they will shoot. Looks like it's going to be a center circle, and KHI has it.
Great positioning as well. Full control of the terrain, smack dab in the middle circle. They have a package by them as well. They managed to get a kill onto the member of RNG. Just really trying to dwindle down in terms of numbers. Chip damage to come forward here, trying to secure those kills. Not able to do so quite yet. But for the rest of the teams here, for Max, for KHI, let's fight each other. At least get into the circle itself. A lot of pressure coming in from Migs as well, putting in a lot of damage to the member of RNG. Can't really move go, can't really see. Just a small amount, slipper of health left. And in the end of the day, they finally get him in the end. And Eitan, despite efforts from his teammate, cannot be revived.
But you will be revived by Trazy. As Team Max right now, they need to plan how to get into the circle with KHI above them. And it's not only KHI, Rangers as well, shooting from the other side of the road. Okay, it's a 50-50 now in the circle with the road in between this current circle. As for Goa, okay, Goa, the last player here. Let's see if he's able to overcome Team Max right now with the blue
No
right
way.
behind him. And looks like the answer is going to be no. Rex, he did get a knockdown to one player of Team Max though, but not enough to take him out. So the point is not secured. Itax should be back up soon.
It's going to be a setup for the last 4 right now. RNG looking great with 3. And the same could be said about KHI. Full squad still left alive. We've seen miracles happen throughout the entire of today. Range, it's putting a bit of pressure toward the other members of Sin right now. The same could be said about KHI. Just want to try and dwindle down the numbers of one of the most fiercest teams that we've seen so far here. It's Max once again. No eliminations yet, at least from the last I've seen. But they're slowly making their way toward the top 4. Trying to just play off survivability here. Now this circle is rough. It's out there in the open, barely any terrain. Gotta play this right. Yu is gonna be knocked out immediately by Jibna. He's been playing the side of his terrain to perfection.
Oof, and Jibna is pretty low. He needs the time and space to heal up. But Mix will make sure that he goes down to the ground. Now pressure's on for the rest of Rangers to save him. Nevertheless, in this process, Team Max got eliminated. Number 4, 1 elimination point. They did not make it into the circle. With the fact that teams like RNG or Rangers blocked them from coming in. Now, who's going to block who next? As we are at stage number 8. And the one that got the circle is KI at the south.
Great situation for them as well. They're playing this very well. Choosing their fights. Not over-aggressing as well. They have a lot of control, granted the fact that they do have a nice terrain to work with. The rest of the teams here, no one can... Honestly, if you think about it, not really anyone can really play with the circle right now. Play with the mid-side circle. You go to the mid-side of the circle, you're out there in the open, there's no cover, nothing. So you have to play toward the sides to perfection. You have to make sure that you have at least a terrain to play with as well. And KHI, they have the highest terrain here, but the biggest problem right now is if the circle shifts toward the northern side, going down the terrain leaves them out there, out cold in the open, to 2 teams that are ready to just completely spray them and pressure them.
Well, could be still anyone's game if you kind of think about it. Like, okay, everyone's in the circle. If stage 9 come, I would say still KHI still seems to have the best position since they're on the other side of the road. And the other 2 teams are on the north side of the road. So they might clash with each other unless they somehow have a gentleman's agreement to focus on KHI, which is going to be unlikely. And plus, KHI has 3 players, or maybe 4 players still active. So the chances of KHI scoring this chicken dinner is going to be pretty high. And if they do, they will be the first team to score 2 chicken dinners this season.
Oh yeah. There's not a lot of space they held, but that high ground gives them a lot of advantage. Look at them just lording over the rest of the teams here. And I think for KHI, they can just sort of bank on RNG to take this fight against Sin. But Sin and RNG, I think they're so aware that this is what KHI wants to wait for. So no one wants to show their hand first. Like it or not, everyone's gonna be forced toward the middle here. So the best kind of outcome or situation here is to wait for KHI to move down a terrain. And the other two teams just completely obliterate them as they're just moving down the terrain and into the open.
And here is stage number 9. This is going to be the grand finale here for the final chicken dinner today. As Rangers now planning their move, it is slowly. Okay, if they want to cross the bridge, they have to create a smoke break, but it looks like it's going to be KHI making the proactive move against Rangers. They're going to gather information, sending Kayla at the front. And here comes Kayla with a high ground advantage still against Rangers. They want to make sure that they maintain this high ground advantage. That's why they're taking the proactive approach. But they must get a knock. Need to reset the cross. Let's not forget about Sin as well on the side, shooting them down.
That nade is perfect from Blanks. Range should not be knocked down, and immediately you can start to see the aggression coming through from KHI. Slowly taking away that space, slowly trying to crunch the members of RNG. They're in trouble. Jappy is right now at the bottom side. They're the only one who's alive right now. Wants to go for these fights, wants to go to reset as well, but Sin is very much aware, tries to collapse onto KHI, but the sheer amount of players still up for KHI means that Sin is having a hard time to be able to come through. But with two members for KHI knocked, Blanks is in trouble out there in the open, a very aggressive approach. Range will fall. Sin in trouble, 2 versus 1. Cool managing to just equalize the situation. DemiOS, 20 HP left. Forced into this 1v1. He's so low right now, but somehow managing from the lower terrain. Sin make the unthinkable happen right now. As cool as a cucumber, a winner chicken dinner. What the heck happened?
Denying away the second chicken dinner from KHI is going to be Sin. Oh man, from the lower ground. But it was persistency by Sin as well, and they timed their incoming very, very well. They allowed both KHI and also Rangers to deny each other before Sin coming in as a third party. They become the team that moves later, and the team that moves later in a 3-way fight will have the advantage, and that is what Sin has here to score the chicken dinner for themselves. The first chicken dinner for Sin.
Honestly, super exciting to see how Sin played this. You know, every time I look at Sin, I thought to myself, aggression. But for them, this time around, they had a plan in mind on how exactly to approach these fights. I mean, we were just talking, it's a 3-way fight. It could have been anyone to get this chicken dinner. But for them, it was all about trying to see who initiates contact first. It was KHI. They had no choice. They were on the high ground. They had to take up that space. They had to take up these fights. But what the heck was that, man? It was a 1v1 in the end. It could have been anyone's fight here, but somehow those strafes coming in from Cool was just the ticket, the golden ticket for their win today. And with that, it gives them a huge advantage. 9 eliminations total.
9 eliminations, 19 points collected by Sin. And the last we checked the overalls, when it was still alive, they were number 2. And with this chicken dinner, with the 9 eliminations, there's a very, very big chance that they will be at number 1. Can't wait to see the overalls right now. He has been changing, he has been switching throughout the entire day. And all of a sudden, if it is Sin, then it is Sin. So that's where we want to, that's why the PMCL is so exciting, with the fact that there's so much at stake this season. With the ticket to EWC, we can see all these teams really trying to challenge for that top spot. But of course, we got to hold our horses since it's only still day number 1. But we're seeing all this excitement. Man, there's more to come for day 2 onwards.
For sure. We'll talk about this more after the highlights.
Well, the current match rankings looks like Sin did score the most points of them all. 9 points, followed by KHI 17 points, and we still have Rangers here with a double-digit 12 points collected. But look at the S69. Wow, despite a tough round for them, they're still able to be on page 1. But for OF and AF, no points for them this time. Hopefully they can come back stronger tomorrow.
Oh yeah. I think it's really exciting when you see how competitive today was, especially toward the last few maps. It felt like everyone was starting to find their groove. Everyone was really warmed up as well. I think that throughout entirety of today has been quite competitive. I mean, yeah, map 1, we did see a big lead, 10 points from the first place to second place. But from Erangel onwards, things start to get very, very close. Against so many of these teams. We see, teams just really just get more aggressive. Teams just, we see teams just surviving with like 3-4 players all the way up to the end there. We saw full team fights, so that's super exciting. But the teams that are currently still single digit at the bottom side are still going to be PG and AF. Both teams having a hard time just really trying to find their groove today. So maybe perhaps, as you said before, tomorrow might be a better day for them. Our top 4 teams going to be Sin, KHI, RNG, and S69 here on group stage D, day 1 match number 6 out of 20. We're looking at this with Sin with like 9 eliminations. That one just now alongside KHI and 11. RNG with 7 and S69 with 6. Now, I have to say KHI focusing more on eliminations as compared to the rest. But I have to say that KHI, I truly thought that was their game.
Well, it was Cool's game this round as he's awarded the MVP with 5 eliminations and 506 damage. Only 57 damage taken, but because of his 5 eliminations, it was 43% team contribution. So great work here for Cool being awarded the MVP, denying away KHI's second chicken dinner. So it's still 1 apiece for everyone who scored the chicken dinner today. But that score could change by tomorrow.
It can definitely change by tomorrow. I think that a lot of teams are starting to really understand how the rotations, how the team fights are happening as well. So tomorrow should be a major shift in gameplay, in my opinion, when it comes to these teams. So I'm super excited to see what everyone has cooked up. Whether they'll cook or be cooked is the question tomorrow. Want to see whether or not our bottom stats from PG and AF would change. Whether or not the top teams on the top side of the scoreboard, like RNG, like Max, would be changing hands. Because we always seen this tradition where teams that really thrive on day 1 start to struggle toward the end of the week. So I'm really hoping that would be the case.
Well, the one that is cooking right now is, of course, our sponsor. There's Techno and of course, this phone is powered by MediaTek Dimensity 8350, which is the Camon 40 Premium 5G. And it delivers seamless and efficient performance for both everyday tasks and demanding gaming sessions. Plus, with one-tap AI flash snap, you can easily capture sharp and flawless photos with just, one tap. It's already mentioned. So
Yeah.
one tap, a perfect snap, and also play your favorite PUBG Mobile with this phone.
Yep, you're completely correct. It's always really exciting to be able to be playing PUBG Mobile. You need more frames for this phone. You need a bit more power to be able to get the advantage in terms of your first peaks. And this is a phone that I think is chosen to be one of the best here for PUBG Mobile itself. Regardless, tomorrow is going to be a very, very full day. But before that, let's have a look at our next collaboration. It's going to be with Shelby. And this is a very, very cool collaboration. You can get it in the game right now. It is available, so do go and check it out. One more collaboration. This is my personal favorite. It's going to be Attack on Titan, where we have you dedicate your heart to victory, or Sasageo here. Try to relive those moments here from your favorite anime, which is going to be PUBG Mobile. And honestly, Sasha, I miss you, man. I miss you. So hopefully you get to see them in the game. Regardless, tomorrow is another day. We'll see you guys one more time here at the PMCL Summer. So we'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye.